Committee. Our meeting for October 12th. And I just see the YouTube, we're streaming live in addition to being recorded. I want to welcome everybody. Those of you who've been here before, those of you who have not been here before. Just a reminder, our function is to go over applications for liquor licenses in our community board area, make a recommendation. We don't have the final authority. We make a recommendation to the full board, which is meeting in November, the first Wednesday in November. And I think that's November 3rd. Am I correct on that? Whatever the first
That's
Wednesday
correct.
is. November 3rd, day after Election Day.
It is November 3rd.
Yeah, Election Day is November 2. And then the full board either accepts our recommendation, modifies it, and whatever the end result is, sends the board's recommendation onto the New York State Liquor Authority, which has the final authority to say yes, to say no.
Oh, I don't come out of here. Why?
Yeah, we often include in our acceptance recommendations for a liquor license. These stipulations become, if adopted by the State Liquor Authority, part of the method of operation of the business. Okay, I just want to say that we have an agenda of 8 items. No, 11 items. I was being optimistic. 11 items. And our procedure is we hear from the applicant and committee people comment, question the applicant, and then members of the community can make statements. And one thing I emphasize, of course I don't have to, but I will, that we respect each other and each other's perspectives and opinions. Frank.
Yeah, just a couple other things. I wanted to point out that agenda item 8, 405 West 51st Street over a drink won't be heard tonight. The 4953 Block Association wanted the opportunity to meet with them, so they've adjourned until November. And then, as Bert said, this really is only the start of the process. This will go before the full community board on November 3rd. After that, it'll go to the SLA, where there will be a legally required 500-foot hearing. Last I checked, those are still being not only on the papers, not live, but anyone interested can certainly submit their views at that point. And then in the discretion of the SLA's commissioners, the 3 commissioners may hold a live hearing on this application at a date sometime after the 500-foot hearing.
Okay. One more thing I'd like to add. By the way, I'm Bert Lasman, co-chair, and Frank is the other co-chair of the committee. When we ask people from the community to speak, we initially will limit people to 2 minutes each. And we would like people who speak subsequent to the first speaker, if they agreed with everything the first speaker had said and don't want to add anything to it, just say, I agree. And you don't have to take up the full 2 minutes. Because we have, at last count, I think, Nellie, was it 114?
Yes, 114.
114 people saying they would like to speak. And you can do the math, everyone, I assume. 2 minutes for 114 people. That's way past everybody's dinner time. Okay, I'd like to proceed the way we have our agenda. As you're probably aware, we have categories. Category 1 is people coming for us for an alteration or a method, change in their method of operations, a class change. These are the applications. We have 3. Item number 1 is 458 9th Avenue, the Wrecking Club. It's a class change to a full liquor and method of operation change to include a jukebox and an arcade machine. Is the applicant here?
Good evening, everybody. It's Rosa Ruiz for the applicant.
Hi, Rosa.
Hi, how are you?
Good. It's all yours.
Okay, so this is an upgrade. This application was originally heard a couple of years ago and was approved for full liquor. We ended up just doing beer and wine instead, and now he wants to proceed with the full liquor again now. He also wants to increase the hour on Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays only till 1 o'clock in the morning. The rest of the time during the week, it stays the same. And it's to add the jukebox and 1 arcade machine. Everything else stays the same.
I have one question out of my own ignorance. What's an arcade machine?
Oh, it's just like if you want to play Pac-Man or something. I don't know the exact game he has, but
It's a game machine. Oh, okay.
yeah. But you have to include it, so.
Okay.
But
I
everything
don't
else
have
stays
anything.
exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't have anything on this, Bert.
Okay, anybody else from the committee? No questions, comments?
Yes.
Christine and Twee have our hands raised.
Oh, yep, I'm looking at there. I see your hands up. Go ahead, Christina and Twig.
Excuse me.
I think this has been a good operator. However, on the open restaurants, their setup on the bike lane is not proper. It is taking too much space, and it is encroaching on the bike lane and the buffer of the bike lane. So I would ask as a stipulation that you redesign that open restaurant to make it be compliant with the guidelines.
Okay, I'll bring that up with him and discuss with him so he fixes it.
Okay.
So that would be a stipulation we add to the method of
Yeah.
operation.
No problem.
Tweet, and then I see Tina's hand is up as well. Tweet?
Yes, thank you. Can you remind me when you click off both background and jukebox, are you doing jukebox for the special days of just Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or how does that work?
Well, the jukebox is just to play the background music. So if somebody wanted to put something on, but it's not going to be at any exceeding noise level, it's still going to be background music.
So if there's no jukebox, there's no background music.
Exactly. They're not going to be both playing at the same time.
I guess I still don't understand.
I think what you said was either there'll be a jukebox on or background music, but not.
Exactly.
at the
Not
same
both.
time.
No.
Right, that makes me think that jukebox days are like special weekend days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or do you say, gee, it's really quiet, no one's here for a jukebox, I'll put the background music on? Like, is it just ad hoc?
Yes, it depends on like who's there and if it's needed or not. If nobody's using the jukebox, then the iPod or whatever else goes on the background music.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tina,
Did you say me?
I said Tina.
Perfect. Okay. I think in the prior application, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it said that they were asking you to install sufficient soundproofing to ensure residential neighbors are not bothered by your operations. But in your application, when it asked about the soundproofing, you said not applicable. So I'm.
Oh, because it should have said as existing because it was already installed.
Oh, okay, because you responded, has applicant obtained an acoustical report, not applicable? Will applicant follow the recommendations of a certified sound engineer, not applicable?
So that was all done originally when the application was first presented. So the soundproofing was already installed and everything. It should have said as existing.
Okay.
Not NA.
So you'd like to change that to as existing for both?
Yeah. Because that was already done.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
thanks. Anybody else from the committee? Do we have anybody signed up Nellie, to speak from the community?
I have one hand raised.
Okay.
Brian Weber.
Hi, Nellie. Thank you for bringing me over. Thank you, Bert. It's Brian Weber. I'm a public member on Community Board 4 and a resident and also the co-chair of the West 36th Street Block Association. Break Bar is between 36th and 35th on 9th Avenue. No operational problems thus far with the applicant, but I do have a request. Break Bar's premise is that people can go there to smash things, and I think they have it in a soundproof room somewhere in the back. The only thing is that they receive large shipments on pallets of things to break, such as old fax machines and old stereos and stuff like that. And often those pallets sit out on the sidewalk, which is very limited on 9th Avenue. Over recent months, it hasn't been a significant issue because of the reduced foot traffic. But as the city reopens, we all know that 9th Avenue is a major pedestrian thoroughfare. And with limited space to cross on the sidewalk, people have often taken to the bike lane there. And now the bike lane is a narrow passageway with the outdoor dining. So I want to echo what Christine said regarding the outdoor dining, but I also would like to request that Break Bar reevaluate its operational procedures in terms of deliveries in terms of those pallets of electronics to be smashed. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So if we write a stipulation in there or put some kind of language in, Rosa, would you, the applicant, have any problem with that?
No, it's fine. I'll discuss that with him as well. Just that he brings it in faster or when it is delivered, so it's not sitting out there for a long time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for bringing that up, Brian. Okay. Do I hear a resolution?
Yeah.
Do I hear
Resolution to approve with the stipulation proposed.
Well, let me read them.
Yeah.
So on page 4, on the 2 acoustical report questions, we're changing the answers to as existing rather than not applicable. And then we have 2 additional steps. All open restaurant seating will be redesigned to keep bike lane dimensions fully clear as required by relevant regulations.
The bike lane and the
will improve
buffer.
delivery procedures to keep sidewalks clear as much as possible.
Right, it should say the bike lane and the buffer, because that's the
Okay.
problem. The stripe
Okay.
buffer is not supposed to
All
have.
right. Okay. Rosa, are you okay with those?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, did you mention the delivery, the
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes.
read it.
Jays? Okay, very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Present not eligible? And abstaining. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay. Moving from Hell's Kitchen down to Chelsea and the Chelsea Piers. This is the Chelsea Piers Golf Lounge.
Yeah, hi, Bert. Hi, everybody. Donald Bernstein.
Oh, okay.
And we have Katie and David. I don't know if they've been brought up.
Why don't you start, Donald?
Sure. So this is 2 applications. One is an alteration and one is a change in method of operation. We were before you, I think, back in October of 2019 on approval to license some of the space with stipulations. This application is doing a couple of things. First, There is a mezzanine above the ground floor that consists of a small indoor area that's just a platform, and then exterior golf stalls. We'll be filing an alteration application to add that mezzanine onto the license. I think there are about 28 stalls on that level. We also want to increase the hours. Currently, it is until midnight from March through October, and November through February. 11 p.m. is the close. We want to extend that to 1 a.m., particularly as a result of what we've experienced the past year and a half. This has become very popular activity. It's a very safe activity. It's outdoors. It doesn't have to involve a large group of people. So there's been an increased demand and something that people enjoy doing. I see you there, Katie. Okay. It's something that people enjoy doing and that is safe. And we'd like to meet that demand by staying open until 1 a.m. And the music, of course, would also be until 1 a.m. And the last change that we're seeking is, if you remember, the original plan was that any alcohol service in the stalls, which is not really service, it's self-service. Someone would have to go to the restaurant indoors and get a drink and then bring it out there, was limited to private events. We'd like to do away with that limitation so that if you're just going by yourself or with some friends to the stalls, you would be able to get a beer, you'd be able to get a drink, and you'd be able to bring it to the stalls. The stalls are heavily monitored. There is staff that is walking by all the time, so we would be able to ensure the safety of any guests that are either drinking or not drinking. And that's the application.
Yeah.
I do also want to add, yeah.
I have a question, a definitional question. When you say stalls, is that the actual spot where they're hitting the golf balls?
Correct. So on the ground floor, those are already licensed on the first floor. What we want to do is add the mezzanine level. There are levels above that,
Right.
but we do not intend to license those areas. We're not licensing those areas.
Okay.
So it'd just be the ground floor and the mezzanine stalls.
Donald, I'm a little confused about the hours. You say the exterior stalls are going to close at 11 p.m. in the winter and midnight in the spring and summer, but then you say you want both interior and exterior licensed to 1 a.m.
No,
So what's
the
going
11
on out there when the stalls are closed?
The 11 p.m. and midnight is what we have now. So
I was looking at your list of changes, and that seems to suggest it doesn't say you're changing that. Page 3 of your application. So that third paragraph.
The list of changes, yeah, that's showing what we have now. So the second paragraph says the change in method of operation is requesting to extend the closing hours for the interior and exterior to 1 a.m. And then the following paragraph tells you what the current approved hours are.
Okay, so the golfing is going to continue to 1 a.m. as well as the liquor.
Yes.
service. Okay,
That's right.
that's all I get, Bert.
Okay, anybody else from the committee? Do I see a hand raised? Twee.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through these pictures to understand because, yes, Frank just mentioned the golf range, which is page 36 of 49 of the application. And those are the golf ranges, right? And then the prior page before that, photographs of space to be added, there's a stairwell and then a landing, I guess, and that's to lead out to the driving range. So you want people
That's
to be
right.
able to bring drinks out to the driving range?
That's right. The landing is just a very small interior part of the mezzanine that you go through to get to the driving range on the mezzanine level.
And so people didn't used to be able to drink on the driving range?
On the ground floor, yes. On the mezzanine, no.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Carrie.
Hi, I just have a question about the little cafe that you have outside. Is that going to?
You're muted,
extend
Carrie.
well? Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh, we can.
Now
I
we
can hear you.
can, but we missed the beginning.
I'll start over. The cafe that you have outside there on the pier, is that going to be extended as well, the hours?
Yes.
So then, can you just describe what time the outdoor cafe closes? Because I'm not quite sure what the rules are for, an outside cafe on, the pier versus a sidewalk, for example.
So I believe the current hours are closing at 11 p.m. November through February, midnight, March through October. And the entire facility would close at 1 a.m.
So that applies for the portion, those tables that are outside, not the driving range portion, but the ones that are outside, sort of near the entrance to the dock?
Katie, you want to confirm that?
Yeah, so basically the way that golf club is set up is there's an interior, much larger bar and lounge. And those tables service that. So it would basically be, if that is open, then those could be open. Of course, as you know, on the piers, it gets very windy and it also can get pretty chilly at night. So there's only limited, that's very seasonal. That's more summer.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Anybody from the community, Nellie?
No, no one.
Okay. Do I hear a resolution
Motion to approve.
and a second?
Second.
Okay, I got 2 seconds. Okay, Christine and Ted. Okay, are those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those present not eligible? And those abstaining? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Item number 3, 75 9th Avenue. This is Cork Buzz 2. And the applicant is Laura?
Yes, hi, I'm Phil Dorn and I'm here representing Laura, who should also be.
Did you raise your hand, Laura? Are you the applicant?
I'm here.
Okay.
All right, are we all
And your
set?
attorney?
Yes,
Yes, we're set.
hi. You see me, Bert?
Aye. I
Phil
must, but I'm not sure.
If I speak,
Oh,
maybe
maybe.
my name will pop up. Can you see me now?
And what's your name?
Phil Dorn, I'm with Pizzetsky and Bookman.
He has his hand raised too, Bert.
Bert, use a speaker mode and you can't
His
miss
speaker
it.
view.
Yeah, speaker view.
Okay.
Okay, Phil, go ahead.
Go
Or
ahead.
Bert will
It's
find you.
irrelevant if I see you or not. We can hear you.
All right, great.
Let's
Well,
not hold it up.
okay, great. Well, as you guys now know, I'm Phil Dorn. I'm with Pizzetsky and Bookman. With me is Laura Manick, who's the owner of Cork Buzz. Cork Buzz is located within Chelsea Market. It's been there for a handful of years now. This application is relatively simple and hopefully a quick one for you guys. No change in her method of operation or her hours. She's simply adding a bar. It's a wine bar that's located at one of the stalls inside Chelsea Market. What she's doing is basically adding a bar and a passageway that leads into what was a separate vendor next door. It'll be just 17 additional seats and nothing else changes. I'll leave it to you guys if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions from committee members? Thank you,
Phil,
Phil.
I don't have anything, but one technical thing. Whoever filled out your form for this applicant, it came out well. All the things circled showed up. Graffiti Bar, which is also your firm, it was filled out in a different way. And when we tried to print it, none of the circled things showed up. So if you could figure out who's filling out the forms and have them do
Yeah.
them the way they did it for Cork Buzz, that'd be great.
All right, I'll pass that along to my team. We have a handful of great team members who are all individually filling out these packets. So we'll make sure to get on the same page.
Okay. And
Bert,
Bert, I have nothing.
or Frank, rather, I will actually email you individually because I'm curious what you mean by it not printing out.
Okay, or just give me a call tomorrow. That's fine.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay. I see from the committee tweet.
So I saw that there were photos. I think those are just the current photos of what the space looks like now. I'm trying to compare it against page 1226. It's when it says extension into concourse, is that the proposed extra space?
That is correct. The language concourse is a little confusing, and you have to excuse us for that. That's the language that the Jamestown architects use. It's not actually, it doesn't invade into the walking area of Chelsea Market. It's a separate stanchioned off area.
Yeah, you mentioned something about like a prior tenant or a prior
Yeah.
like merchant space.
Yes, correct.
Do you know what it used to be?
I do. Phil?
Go ahead, Laura.
It was the nut box.
Nut box?
Pardon?
You said nut box?
Yeah, the nut box. It's right across from the tacos and the beer bar right there.
Okay, thank you.
Out of my wall.
Okay. Tina.
Hi there. Quick question. It looks like your capacity is 74. Now, I'm not great at math, but the way I see it is if you add 32 and 29 seats, that's 61, and you're trying to add 17 more.
No. That 61 number is the total with the 17 included.
Ah, really? Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Good. Okay. Any additional questions from committee members? Okay. Nellie, do we have anybody from the community?
Yes, one person, Susan Marshall.
Okay. Bring her over.
Susan, you can speak now.
Hi there. Hi, can you see me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm the secretary, I'm Susan Marshall. I'm secretary of 300 West 18th and 19th Streets Block Association. And we are one of the closest block associations to Chelsea Market, as is Fulton House Tenant Association. I just wanted to say we're in support of this. I went to Chelsea Market. Laura introduced me to Alex, her manager, general manager. I met with her very, very quickly because it was a busy Saturday evening. And I saw exactly where they were looking to build out because I too thought it was confusing from the drawing. I couldn't get a sense of it, but I think it'll be a welcome addition and we support them wholly. So I just wanted to give you that vote of confidence.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Thanks for your comments. Okay.
Yeah, a motion to approve, Bert. Motion to approve.
And do we have a second? Christine seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Present not eligible? Abstaining? Okay, thank you.
Very much, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. We're moving on to our second category, which is new wine, beer, and cider applications. Item number 4 on the agenda, 555 West 42nd Street. This is a theater, if I am not wrong. And the applicant, I thought I saw them. I see somebody.
Eric, you are muted.
Hey, down there, Eric, you need to unmute.
Is that Eric Krebs? Would you unmute yourself, Eric? Eric,
You're
unmute.
muted. Unmute yourself.
Unmute, Eric.
It's in the bottom left corner of your screen.
I think he's.
Is he frozen?
Yes.
I think he's frozen. At least on the screen he is.
Oh, but it's a good picture, is it not?
Yeah. Imagine if we were live and he were frozen.
Look at that. We should take a picture of it, huh? Screenshot, yeah.
All right, Bert, Eric, why don't you, if you can hear us, why don't you try logging out and logging in again, and we'll take the next one.
Right. Let's skip on to number 5. And then we'll come back if Eric is unfrozen. 383 West 31st Street. This is a burger joint at in the Moynihan terminal. Train hall. They call it the food hall.
Okay.
Bert, looks like Eric's back. Why don't we keep the original order?
Where's Eric?
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I got so excited.
Oh, okay.
I got so excited, I blew it all.
Now we can hear you and you're in motion.
Fabulous. What can I answer?
Give us a sense of what you're applying for.
Theater 555 is a 160-seat off-Broadway theater that was originally the Signature Theater. Then they moved out to their new location and it became the Pearl Theater, which went bankrupt after a couple of years. It then was rented to the Upright Citizens Brigade that had this same liquor license that we're applying for. They fled about a little over a year and a half ago, leaving the place a total mess and empty. I came in, picked up the lease. We've just finished a total renovation and upgrading. It looks beautiful. And we'd like to get a beer, wine, and cider certification license to be able to serve that at our 7-foot-long concession at intermissions.
Okay. A couple things. First of all, the Upright Citizens Brigade had a much later license till 2 a.m. Eric's only seeking one till 11. We also have an email from Kathleen Treat. And for those of you who have been around this committee for a while will recognize how unusual this is. This is from Kathleen. This is a fan letter for Eric Krebs. He and his dad produced many plays at the late lamented John Houseman and Douglas Fairbanks Theater. The theater world is thrilled that he is back. Please do grant Eric a license. He is a responsible, civilized human, and anything he helms will be an asset to our neighborhood.
I am responsible and human. I'm not sure I'm
That
always
is a strong endorsement from Kathleen.
I know. Eric, you're not going to have any music there, right? Because it's only the theater lobby. You don't even have background music, right?
Well, it'll be on stage when we have a musical, but no, there's no.
No, I meant in the lobby space.
I wouldn't imagine so. We've never considered it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you filled out the form the way you wanted it. That's all I have, Bert.
Okay, anybody else from the committee? Tweet.
Frank, there was also an email from John Fisher. Should we read that too?
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. I saw that long ago. Did that make it into the Dropbox? Do you have it there?
Yeah.
Okay, can you just summarize it?
Summarize it. I'd like to read it the way you read yours.
Well, if I remember right, it's like a page long.
Yeah.
Basically, I believe John Fisher had issues with the way Eric's father operated a place on 45th Street.
My father?
The son, Justin.
Oh, my son, Justin.
Your son, sorry.
It was called The Tank.
That it turned into the Tank that was a nightclub?
No. My son,
Yeah.
Justin, founded The Tank, which is a performance center that is currently on West 36th Street. And it sponsors and hosts free performance space for hundreds of events a year. He's now chairman of the board, and it's been running for 14 years, and I never had any idea there was any issue with it.
Well, this particular person said the building on 45th Street had no C of O for theatrical performances. Doesn't
I totally agree, which is one of the reasons we got out of there. After they told us they did have one when we rented it.
And then there was also noise and late night crowds from that area. But then, yes, it does say that they left the premises and that his block association, West 45th Street Block Association, between 8th and 9th, were writing letters asking them to contain the noise. It wasn't responded, and that some liquor was brought to serve audience members. There's no first gratis or cash bar with no SLA permits. And so he wanted to say that it has to do with the character of the family and not to ignore the warning. So can't speak to I can't speak to the appropriateness of this new venue on West 42nd Street, but I can attest to the character of the Krebs family. Please do not ignore this warning. But Frankie remembered most of it.
Okay. So first of all, I don't think this 45th Street place has been open for years, has it, Eric? Hasn't it been closed for like 5 years?
More like 10.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And second, Twee, no reason you should know this, but there are actually two conflicting block associations. And our sense is the one recognized by the greater part of the block is another block association.
My son was actually the president of the 45th Street for a couple of years. And is just no way involved in that neighborhood anymore. So don't visit the sins of the son on the father. Yeah. That's a reference to an Ibsen play.
I do see on page 3 of 11 that there were a lot of notifications and only, I guess, these two had responded.
Right, because it's really a theater lobby that has been licensed, since it opened.
Yeah. As long as the theater has been open, there's been a bar there.
Okay.
No one is going to go there just to drink who isn't seeing a show.
Right. It's ancillary to the theatrical production. I saw Mike, you had your hand up.
Well, I just wanted to let the applicant know that no one would ever visit the sins of the son upon the father. Just to let you know that.
I'll get my
Is that a quote, Mike?
In honor to Ibsen, we all love Ibsen, and that's the best he's ever done.
No, in Ibsen, it's vesting.
I know that. I've twisted it. Modern day version.
Right.
Because our kids are always doing better than us, aren't they not? Yeah.
Thank you for having a literary illusion in this meeting.
Okay, I'd like to move on. Thank you, guys. Is there anybody else from the
Tina
committee?
has her hand up.
Who?
Tina.
Tina. You have your hand up, Tina? Yes, I see you. Okay.
2 quick questions. Would you consider changing a no to a yes on page 3 of, I think it's 3 of 9? It asks, will applicant provide owner's cell phone to neighbors to respond to complaints that arise?
Sure.
And applicant inform the community office of job openings?
The answer is yes in both cases.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? If not, anybody from the community? We heard from 2 people. Anybody tonight, Nellie?
No, there's no one. Oh, wait,
Okay.
someone just raised their hand.
Oh, okay, bring them in.
Susan Marshall? Susan, you can speak now.
Hi, I already introduced myself earlier. I'm not in that area from the Block Association, as you know, but my husband and I are avid theater goers. We know the space, we know the neighborhood, and they have house managers at these theaters. So people, as was already said, go to the theater to see the show. This is just an ad hoc piece where they can make a little extra money. And I think it's all good. So just my vote of confidence again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do I hear a resolution?
Motion approved.
All those in favor?
With Tina's stipulations, yeah?
With Tina, please the change from those no to yeses. Was it yes? No?
Second the motion.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Abstaining, present, not eligible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 5, burger joint at Moynihan. Is the applicant
Hi,
here?
yes, this is Heather Kirk, one of the representatives from Heilbronn and Levy, and Cynthia is here as well.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. So I'll go ahead and get things started.
So who's going to speak?
Oh, sorry, Bert. I think there's a little bit of a delay. If you guys can hear me okay. So this is the Moynihan Food Hall. We came before you guys a few months back related to part of this project. This is going to be one of the kiosks within the food hall itself at the train station. Cross streets are 8th and 9th Avenue. This is a beer and wine license that will be participating in the communal seating within the food hall. The overall seating, there's 79 tables and 433 seats. This kiosk specifically will have a ordering counter, but not an actual customer bar. People won't be sitting down at the kiosk. They'll be ordering their food and then going to a table. Background music only that'll be piped in by the food hall. Our actual applicant won't have their own music playing at their kiosk. The hours for the food hall are 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days. There's 11 stalls total within the food hall, and this is just one of them. Burger Joint has 2 locations in the city, Industry City, and then also in Parker, New York Hotel. One change to the packet that we gave you, I accidentally checked off that there would be deliveries. They will be participating in third-party deliveries, but will not have delivery bikes of their own.
If you can do, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I think that was just
Okay.
static.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any questions from committee members?
Well, I can just pipe in for a second, Bert, and tell you that this place in the Parker Meridian is a classic. And the fact that it's been there for so long, I was amazed to see it. I was surprised because I haven't been there in so many years. But based on that, I would be very much in favor of this application.
And it's closer to where you live.
Oh, yeah. No, it's an
You
incredible
don't have to
place.
travel that far.
Incredible place. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Anybody else from the committee? Okay, do I hear a resolution?
Okay, Nellie, anyone from the community?
Oh, right, sorry.
Yes. Hold on one second. Bill Borak. Bill, you can speak now.
He accidentally muted himself.
So I think you're reading it.
Okay, Bill, I think we can hear you.
Hello there.
Hi.
Did you want to talk? I don't know what your subject was.
We're ready, Bill.
Bill, did you want to talk about the burger joint in the Moynihan Food Hall?
No, that was further uptown, and you didn't have any comment on that, so I'll
Okay.
pass
That's what
on that.
we're in now, right now,
All
Bill.
right,
That's what we're commenting on right now. Okay,
thanks.
thank you.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? All those in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Present not eligible? Abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Yep. On the agenda, we're now moving on to the new liquor, wine, beer, and cider license. These are the full license. Number 6 is 613 9th Avenue, El Cartel. Applicant,
This is Ann Xiong. I'm the attorney for the applicant. Bill, you have to
Okay.
unmute yourself.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, Bill. Introduce yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
yes,
How are you? My name is Bill Arango.
Hi, my name is Magda Arango.
Hello. Anne, can you or your client tell us a little bit of what you want to do here?
Sure. Mr. Arango and his mother, Magda Arango, they are applying for a new full license on premises. They just signed a lease with the space 613 9th Avenue, New York, New York, and they wanted to apply for a brand new application for the on premises.
You didn't circle any music. Do they plan to have at least background music or no music at all?
Oh, I thought I wrote it. I didn't
Oh,
circle.
actually, you say background every day. You just didn't circle it. So I'll circle
Yeah,
it for
I'm
you.
sorry.
The concern I have is that, as far as I know, this has never been licensed. It was a sandwich place called Lenwich immediately before this that had a much earlier closing time than 1 and 2 a.m. And given that it's in a typically residential building on 9th Avenue, I guess I'd be more comfortable if you got an acoustic report and agreed to implement whatever changes they wanted. Because I think it's a big change going to something licensed and open till 2 a.m.
Okay,
We can hear what other people have to say, but that's just my thoughts on this.
Okay, may I respond?
sure, go ahead.
Okay, I had discussed that particular issue with Mr. Arango yesterday, and he says that the ceilings were insulated and then with a ceiling board. So he felt that the acoustic soundproof is pretty solid.
Well, what's your objection to getting a report from a professional?
Oh, I have no objection. I'm just saying that we discussed
heard
that
that.
and then.
I heard that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
We would
Bill,
like a report.
okay, Bill,
Yes, ma'am.
the committee would like you to have somebody to do a report about the soundproof.
Sure.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
And if we get a
Nellie, when do
report,
we
we
meet
would-
that by?
Excuse me?
Nellie, when will we need a report before the board? By what date?
I will need it by October 25th.
Okay, so we
October
would need that report by October 25th, before the
Okay.
full board.
Okay. Do I submit it to Nelly Gonzalez?
Yes,
Okay,
by October 25th.
sure.
Any other comments from the committee? Comments?
Yes.
Anybody? Go ahead. Christine.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about the answers on page of the outdoor items, which is page 5 of 9.
We are not doing any they are strictly just within the store. They have no intention to open any outdoor dining or anything.
So not even open dining, right?
No.
Okay, so we may want to change the answer. Instead of yes, do not applicable.
You mean number 5?
Page 5 at the bottom.
If open dining, will the installation be year round?
Yeah, it
Oh.
should say not applicable because you're not going to do anything. Right?
Oh, okay, okay.
Right. And above that as well.
So both of them should be not applicable.
Yeah.
So
All of those on,
yeses should be not applicable, right?
right. All of those on that page should be not applicable after you have said no. It would be clearer like that.
Okay. Oh, I wasn't sure. So everything should
Yeah,
be
yeah.
NA. So everything should be NA. Okay.
No big deal. It's just clarification.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Christine. Any other committee member?
Hi, Bert. I just had a question. I think the application noted that the restaurant owner met with on September 30th, met with some of the tenant associations and neighborhood associations. Was a meeting held?
That was my associate who sending the notice to the tenant association, but I wasn't sure if he met with them. But I thought that he was supposed to join us, but if not, I can get the answer. I know he sent out all the notices to all these 5 people, but I don't know if he really meet with them.
Does that
Well,
raise a question?
Frank, did they meet with the West 44 Block Association? You are really the closest, right?
I personally did not do that. My associate.
No, I'm talking to Frank.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Frank Olozubiak. Frank, did they meet with the West 44?
Not that I know of, but I'm not sure West 44 is, you know, I don't know. I do know the signs were posted all over the place.
So I guess, could we ask Bill if you did meet with any tenant associations or neighborhood associations?
No, ma'am.
Bill, did you meet with any tenants association?
No, ma'am. No, I did not.
Right, thanks. So we're not aware then how the tenant or neighborhood associations feel about any liquor license?
I can't speak for the 44th Street Block Association on this one in particular, but I think they are most concerned about stuff on the side streets and on the actual corners of 44th and 43rd, not the mid-block places. Particularly, you know, since this block already has on this side of 9th Avenue, a couple of loud late night bars.
And we've not gotten any letters from anybody on 44th Street. Is there anybody from the community here, Nellie, signed up to speak?
No, no one.
Okay, and we do know it's been posted.
Yep, I've seen the signs myself.
Okay. It would be good, though, if you did follow through on the outreach and to see if anybody wants to meet.
Okay.
That would be good to follow up.
Especially on 44 and West 45th Block Association, which are the two closest.
Okay. Do I hear a resolution?
Let me just read.
Go through that, yes, go ahead.
What we here, so as Christine noted, we're going to change all the answers on page 5 to not applicable. And then we'll add that applicant will obtain an acoustical report from an NYC approved acoustician and submit report to CB4 office no later than October 25. Applicant agrees to implement all recommendations of acoustic report, and applicant will reach out to 44th and 45th Street Block Associations again.
Okay.
Frank, I have a question. This is Twee. Do we need to get notice either way of what the response was? We reached out to them, there was no response, reached out to them, it was a positive response by a certain date as well?
The problem is a lot of these block associations don't necessarily respond if they don't care. So
that's a response.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, now do I hear a resolution?
Silence is assent in this case, Twee. Silence is
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that wasn't silent. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Present not eligible, abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, 659 9th Avenue, graffiti bar.
I just want to correct for the record before we get started that it should have been 650, not 659.
Right.
650.
Yes, I apologize. That was a mistake on our end.
Not major.
And with me should be Matt DeTuriaga.
Yes, his hand is up.
Great. Kifan Lee, one of his other partners, should have been here, but she unfortunately had an emergency doctor's appointment, so she's trying to rush home, but I don't think she'll be able to make it in time, but Matt and I can certainly handle the bulk of it.
Okay. Frank, did we get some letters from the Block Association?
We did. So, Phil, I understand that after you met with 4954 Block Association, you agreed to reduce the hours to a 2 a.m. closing Sunday to Wednesday with the 4 a.m. only Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that Block Alliance also said they're concerned about sound. So I was going to have the same request I just made to the prior applicant, because this had been a fairly early closing Thai restaurant. If you get an acoustical report and agree to, make whatever changes they suggest, that would give me a lot of comfort.
And it would also be due by October 25th.
An acoustical report due in 13 days. Matt, can you agree to that?
Yeah, I don't see why not. That should be fine.
Then we're happy to hear those concerns and agree to that.
Okay.
Okay, Christine.
Yes, I'm a little concerned about the DJ, and typically we ask applicants to make sure they use their own system with a limiter when they have a DJ. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. We also just want to point out that the DJ will be at background level only. So it won't be blasting music, won't be loud dance music. It'll be background level, ambient level music.
All right. So we'd like to stipulate that and specifically say there should be a limiter on the system.
Again, I have to defer to Matt to that because I'm not familiar with limiters as much, but as long as we do the sound report as Frank just requested, I'm sure that goes hand in hand.
Yeah, the only thing about the DJ is that you can have the soundproofing perfect, and then the DJ comes in with their own equipment, and then they totally blow up the place, right? So what we are, and generally as you said, the sound report will ask for that, is that if you have a DJ, you want them to use your own equipment, and on that equipment, you are limiting to how much it can go up. That's fairly standard.
Sure. Would it suffice to have our own limiter while not necessarily always using our own equipment?
No, because if you have your limiter, if you don't use your own equipment, it's like you have nothing.
Okay. Right. Okay.
The DJ has to use your equipment. That's a very important thing we have learned in the past.
I think what's going on now is that a lot of DJs are coming in with a laptop.
Which is what would be
hooking up. So how about if we say the DJ will use the operators, will only use the amplification equipment?
Yes.
Would that work, Phil?
Only the operator's amplification equipment? Yes, that is much easier because I wouldn't want DJs to not be able to use his own computer.
No, that's what I meant. Right.
Good, we got some clarification. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Lee and then Ted.
I was just surprised we launched into the 2 a.m., 4 a.m. and the sound, and there wasn't a real presentation. Are we gonna get that?
Yeah, Bert asked a question before I even had a chance to speak, and I was happy to go down that route. But I will happily give you guys the elevator pitch. So this is Graffiti Bar. This is at 650 9th Avenue. You guys may remember Matt and his team from 659 9th Avenue, which was heard in front of this community board a couple months ago. This place is a little different from 659. I'm sorry, 656.
Right.
Wherein 656 was more of a turnkey dive bar. This will be an 80s themed lounge with a bit of a modern twist. It's undergoing a full renovation. It will have a much more upscale menu, although it is still considered a tavern, so it's not a full kitchen. It'll have things like goat cheese flatbreads and chicken and onion skewers, things beyond your typical bar fare. No outdoor space, and like we said, the music, although there will be a DJ occasionally, it'll be at background level only. And I was also planning on talking about the outreach efforts that we did, but Bert and Frank brought those up already, so no need to go into further detail.
Thank you. Sorry to initially cut off your, what did you call it? Your elevator pitch. Okay.
You like it that way. You ask the questions.
Okay, Ted.
You're on mute, Ted.
Unmute, Ted.
Sorry about that. I was just confused. I was wondering if this was if something happened with the 9th Avenue Saloon place, or is this something different that's happening?
Yeah, nothing happened. 9th Avenue Saloon is still certainly in the works, and we're, of course, appreciative of your approval a couple months ago. This opportunity just happened to fall into our laps. It's the same owners, but other than that, unrelated ventures.
My other question is this like an additional gay bar in the neighborhood, or is it open to everybody? Is it, because it seems like gay bars, even though they were hurting before, but there's a lot of saturation coming to the area. And I was curious also if it was going to be run in a way like Evolve, where they're having dancers and yoga boys and etc. So I'm just
sure. I will happily address those. Although I'll leave it to Matt if he wants to add anything. First, I'll address your second point. No dancers, no go-go dancers or anything like that. No strippers. None of that. This is a much more laid-back lounge vibe. And as far as acceptance of people in the bar, Matt and his team are welcoming and accepting of people of all kinds, all genders, all sexes, all races. It's non-denominational. Where we want everyone in the community to come over to the graffiti bar.
Any additional questions from community people? Comments? Anybody signed up from the community?
No, there's no raised hands.
Okay, so let me summarize this. So to be clear, the address is
No raised
650.
hands. Thank you.
Correct.
650 9th Avenue. Okay, so we'll correct that. And then there'll be 3 additional steps. The 2 about the acoustic report. Applicant will obtain an acoustical report from an NYC approved acoustician and submit report to CB4 office no later than October 25th. Applicant agrees to implement all recommendations of acoustical report. And then DJ will be at background levels only. DJ will only use operators amplification equipment.
Matt, does that sound good to you?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. I'm just taking notes as you're going to make sure I don't miss anything. So, but yes, thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Do I have a resolution?
Motion.
I guess I heard a second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Present not eligible? Abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Have a great night.
Guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're looking forward to being part of the community.
And Frank, we will speak tomorrow about the application circles.
Yep, Max has my number.
Got it. All right. Take care, guys.
Great. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Item number 8 has been postponed at 7th Avenue. This is between 21st and 22nd Street. And the applicant, a lawyer,
Wait, I think you missed number 9.
I am on number 9.
Oh, I thought you said 7th Avenue. I misheard you.
No.
Okay.
190.
What about
it says
813? 813?
Didn't we say that was postponed? No, item number 8.
405 West 51st is postponed, which was item 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, 405 West 51st, but I thought you had said earlier on at the beginning of the meeting that also number 8 was gone.
It's true, but it's actually the last item on the agenda that was crossed out. It's
It's a
actually 12. I think.
previous
Okay,
number
I have
8.
no problem. Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
I'm sorry, guys. I updated the agenda and just
I know
put
405 West 51st Street is gone. I thought, okay, so let's go back. Sorry, everybody. Number 8, 813 9th Avenue,
Yeah.
the RH Hospitality LLC.
813 9th Avenue, that's Jazz Rupal, that's my wife, and Tari Rupal. I'm presenting the case. So we're aiming to open a mid to high-end Indian restaurant. The location is between Valhalla, which if people know is on the corner of 54th and 9th, and the Medi Wine Bar. It previously used to be Yuki's Thai restaurant, which closed in early 2019. We met with Stephen Belida from the Block Association on 49th, 54th on 9/28. And our aim is to basically open, as I said, a nice high-end, mid to high-end Indian restaurant. We aim to utilize the front and the backyard, neither of which were utilized by Yuki's before. Obviously, since COVID, the front space has been utilized by Medis, and while the property has been closed. We're hopeful that we can basically take over that space fairly soon. I've already spoken to Dorian, who's the owner at Medis. He's amenable to that. And but we've also met with Paul, who's one of the owners of Valhalla. And those were recommendations from Stephen from the Block Association. The only other thing I wanted to mention was we will have some background music in the restaurant, but because it's basically a very high-end restaurant, we are hoping to be very low level, and it will be really ambient music at that. There'll be no music outside. So with that, if you guys have got any questions.
Yeah, just a few
thank you.
technical things.
ahead.
The way you listed your hours, you have 12 to 3 and then 5 to 11. Would you prefer to go straight through? You don't have to stay open, but the way you filled out the form, you would actually have to stop serving liquor between 3 and 5. So if you had someone who was there having a late lunch, I don't know if that would be a problem. Do you want to just make it 12 noon to 11 p.m. every day?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
As you say, if somebody is eating and they basically still want to consume something, then we don't want to basically kick them out if we can avoid it.
You had also circled live music on the form. Do you plan to have live music?
No, I mean, that was just basically, in case we basically had some, but the aim of the exercise is the place is quite small, so I don't anticipate taking up too much space with live music.
Okay,
Because,
I think I'd suggest you cross it out, because otherwise we're going to need all these stipulations about what kind of live music and hours and everything. So if you're not, wedded to it, I think it'll go better if you don't have it. Okay,
Yeah, that makes
and then
sense.
you didn't have numbers for the certificate of occupancy or the maximum number of people on page 2. Do you know that yet, or?
We don't. We've been trying to get hold of a formal number, so to speak, but I think we're comfortable with the fact that we're going to probably have like eight tables inside the restaurant. We expect to basically have 2 people or 4 people rather on each restaurant maximum. So we're kind of thinking maybe 32. It may go up to about 40, especially with the bar, and if we do have a few extra people in there, but it shouldn't be exceeding 40 inside the restaurant itself. We hope that outside in the front, we can basically put about 20 people, but that'll be at the front.
Okay. Does the place have a C of O or a letter of no objection? I mean, it had been operating as a restaurant. So do you know?
So we've got a COI certificate of occupancy already, so we basically already have sent that through.
Okay, so I guess what I'd ask you to do is, assuming, depending how the discussion goes on the rear yard, if you could fill out that page 2 with all the numbers, put in your numbers for the rear yard and also for the front open restaurant seating.
Okay.
Okay. So I think the major issue on this is the rear yard, which is something Steve Bolito from 4954 pointed out. It's not been previously licensed. However, immediately to the south is a much bigger rear yard of the Medi Wine Bar, which is probably 3 times the size of what this applicant wants to use. And to our knowledge, we've had no complaints about Medi using their rear yard. Now, further south on this block is where Lemon Jungle was, and the people closer to the Lemon Jungle backyard always objected strenuously to the use of the rear yard. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe we need to hear from the community, because I'm not quite sure if people feel they'd be less bothered by this because it's further north, or exactly what's happening. To the applicant, did you speak to anyone from upstairs in your building or anywhere nearby?
I actually spoke to the person who's directly above us, and the lady basically said that Medi's does not disturb her very much at all, so she didn't anticipate any problems in terms of us utilizing the backyard, especially as we don't intend to have any music out there anyway.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Bert and I did a site visit from this. That's sort of the standard 9th Avenue backyard in that, you know, there are residential windows looking down from the 9th Avenue tenement buildings. And then each of the side streets has residential buildings on it. Although the building immediately next to that on 54th Street is actually a 1-story restaurant bar only. So there are actually no residential units sort of in the closest building on 54th Street.
That's correct. Okay. In fact, that building is actually owned by Medi's as well. So they basically have effectively the whole of the area, other than our place and Valhalla next door, as being basically in between them.
Okay.
Okay. Christine.
Yes, thank you. I'm a little confused by the descriptions of the outdoor items. So I am on page 5 of 9. Okay. And then you are saying yes to everything. And that's essentially, does that apply to the rear yard or to the front? What does that apply to?
I think they wrote both.
To both. Because we basically wrote right at the top that we will be using the outdoor space in terms of the rear yard and the front.
So for the front, are you saying you're going to use the something on the sidewalk, or you are using the open dining in the roadbed?
The open dining in the road.
So it's not on the sidewalk?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Christine,
So,
it actually, because this location had been empty, Medi had actually built a roadway seating shed that extends in front of this establishment, one big shed. And what the applicant told us, and I think repeated now, is that they've worked out something with Medi where they're going to get their portion of that existing roadway shed back to use for their use.
okay. So the following.
So it's actually not adding any new roadway dining. It's
Yeah.
just being
No,
subdivided.
I'm just, yeah. So page 6, I think it would be better to just say, you know, not applicable across the board, because we don't have a real sidewalk cafe here,
Right.
right?
Yeah. Are you okay with that there? This is about page 6 is about actual DCA approved sidewalk cafes, which don't exist right now.
Certainly, yeah.
So
No, I mean,
we'll answer the
when you're filling in
question,
these
no, and
forms, it's a
then,
bit difficult to know what you specifically you're asking for. That was
yeah.
the issue.
Okay, well, no, I understand. I was just trying to clarify for everyone. So I think this page should be in NA across the board. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Any other?
And as a
Oh, I'm sorry,
comment,
Christine.
oh, we'll wait for the community.
Any other committee member? Nellie from the community?
There's no one with a hand raised.
Christine, no one with a hand raised. Do you want to say something?
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Frank, about the other backyard, but it's always concerning to me when we are adding backyard occupancy.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to, I think it's the biggest issue here. I didn't mean to suggest it wasn't an issue. I was just.
Oh, okay.
sort of
I mean,
explaining the lay of the land.
I think maybe we could have some earlier closing hours in the back. I mean, something so that we get test the waters a little bit, but that's.
I assume the closing hours for the adjacent backyard is 10 o'clock, which is what we usually request.
Well, 10 and 11.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
had a
11 other
conversation
weekends.
with Dorian. Now, I didn't specifically ask about the backyard, but he said that he was open Thursday, Friday, Saturdays until 12 o'clock. So I don't quite know if that applies to the backyard in his space or not.
Okay.
Probably
well, he was probably talking about the roadway seating, which is governed by the open restaurants regulations, which do allow you to stay open till midnight on weekends.
Right.
Okay.
So we would not be asking you to change the roadway portion, where Christine is only talking about the rear yard.
Backyard.
Yeah, I think that a 10 o'clock close would be good, just in case, it makes noise and it disturbs some neighbors for sleeping. So emptying the backyard by 10 would be really a good, reasonable thing to do.
Is that doable?
Yeah, you are saying it's fine.
Good.
That
Thank
would
you.
be very appreciated. Thank you.
Yes. All around, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, Frank, do you want to summarize?
Yep. On page 2, we're just going to combine the hours so it runs straight through from noon to 11 p.m. Page 6, the DCA approved sidewalk cafe, we're going to say they're not going to be applying for one of those, and then everything else will be not applicable. And there are 2 additional steps. Applicant will submit revised numbers for capacity, seats and tables for inside, rear yard, and roadway seating to CB4 office no later than 10:25. And rear yard will be closed and vacated of patrons no later than 10 p.m. nightly.
Okay. Do I hear a resolution incorporating those steps?
Yes.
Christine, Inga? Yes, seconding. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, present not eligible, and those abstaining. Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Good night.
Now, 191 7th Avenue.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Unfortunately, Mr. Martin Miller, he couldn't be with us today, but we're gonna proceed without him. We are reapplying for the liquor license in 191 because we surrendered our liquor license back on when COVID hit us, and we have a landlord that he didn't want to work with us. And now the building was sold, and the new landlord contacts us and gave us the opportunity to reopen the place. Everything's not going to be no changes, same method of operations and this location.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez, I have a couple of questions. Were you originally going to open this as Portico and Chelsea Grill, or was that somebody else?
No. It's gonna be open on the Arte Cafe like it was before. First we
No,
opened.
but when did it, when you came to CB4, were you going to open it as Portico and Chelsea Grill?
Yes.
Okay. So one issue I have is that one of the stipulations you had back then with us was you said you were going to do business as Portico and Chelsea Grill and not any other name, and you wouldn't change the name without coming back to us. And I don't think that ever happened.
Right.
And the reason we did all this is we were hypersensitive about this turning back into a startup, as you might remember.
I had we had no knowledge of that place.
Okay. Well, do you have a name for this place yet?
Yeah, it's gonna be the same name it was Arte Cafe, like we did before the COVID hit us, and I'm sure how to go. We have parties from the community board that came to that place.
Okay.
Then,
so what I'd like you to do,
like it was before.
Yeah. Will you agree to? I'll read them now, but I'd like you to agree to the stipulations you did a couple of years ago, the same ones, which are basically applicant will do business as Artie Cafe and not any other name, and you'll come back to CB4 if you want to change the name.
We agreed. Yeah.
Yeah. No owner, manager, or investor of Il Bastardo will be involved, including, without limitation, Robert Malta and Kristen Solen will be involved in any way with the applicant, including his owner, manager, or silent partner. Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Okay.
No problem.
Yep. Any storm enclosure will extend no further than 18 inches from the building facade.
Yes.
There'll be no dancing. There'll be no promoted events.
Correct. Yes.
And for private events attended by more than 100 people, applicant will provide one New York State certified security personnel for the duration of the event.
That's one. Yes.
Okay. That's all stuff you agreed to 2 years ago.
Yeah, and I'd like to emphasize that it's not only agreeing to the steps here and now, it's also adhering to the steps, following the steps.
Yes.
We'd like you to do that.
Okay.
Okay. We do have two things from the community. Pamela Wolf, former member of this board, said, after our neighborhood's lengthy struggles with Il Bastardo, it was a relief to have Artie Cafe take its place. The restaurant was a benign presence for its duration. We don't have a record of any complaint about behavior there and wish you well on reopening.
Thank you.
And another community board said, very happy to hear this. I already enjoy going to Artie Cafe. Wish you all the best. Sally Greenspan.
Thank
you. Okay. Any additional comments from committee members? Question?
Yeah, I've got a question. Could you clarify? It says that there are two bars. Is 18 seats the total between the two bars, or each of the bar has got 18 seats?
Just only the front bar.
Rob, what he says on the form is 6 seats at the first bar and 12 seats at the second. So that sounds like 18.
Okay, so two bars until 18. Okay. They have got a capacity of 300 with 280 seats, which leaves only 2 employees if they're completely full. So that may be something that they want to think about. Capacity is with their employees. So that's all I want to point out. Thank you.
Okay.
Good point. Nellie, anybody from the community?
No, there's no one.
Okay. So the stipulations are the stipulations that we already had agreed to, and we're agreeing to them again.
All right. Thank you.
Do I hear a resolution? Inga has a resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Candace has a second. Christine has a second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Present not eligible? Abstaining. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bert, my wireless internet's really unstable, so I'm going to go upstairs to a hardwired computer. I don't have any comments on the next applicant, but I
Okay.
should be able to join you in a minute or two.
Pretty
Yeah,
soon.
I'll be back.
Okay. Item number 10 on our agenda, moving along, is 135 West 18th Street. This is an event space. So where do we have, who's speaking? Benjamin? Ben?
Yes, hi, everyone. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I am the attorney for the applicant, Bonprix Events Corp., operating at 135 West 35th Street between 6th and 7th Avenues. I have with me tonight Michael Bonizio. Michael, I believe you're on.
Yes. He's there, yep.
And I'm not sure, is Thomas joining, Michael?
Again, I'm not sure if he.
Okay. Well, we can get started without him. This is an application for an on-premises caterer's license. The location has been in operation as a catering establishment since approximately 1999. Sadly, they closed during COVID. The two principals of the applicant, Mr. Bonizio and Mr. Preddy, are experienced operators in the catering space. They've been operating Thomas Preddy Caterers for approximately 34 years. Initially as a kind of an off-premises catering business, and then they opened a physical location out in Roslyn about 10 years ago that has been operating without any incidents. Most of the events will be, call them corporate events, which there's definitely a need for in the city, especially with this place closing. It's one of the few catering establishments in the area. They will have licensed security for all events. And then like other catering establishments, the menu, the specific seating, it's going to change per event. But the capacities are stated on the temporary certificate of occupancy that we have, which is 150 for downstairs and 550 for upstairs. And then I'd like to turn it over to Michael, who could tell you a little bit more about his history, the type of events they hope to host, how they came upon this space, and what they hope to do in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. As Ben mentioned, Thomas and I have been in business for almost 35 years now as off-premise caterers in and around the city. We know this space, the Altman Building. We did the original opening party as caterers there back in 1999. And we had a pretty good relationship with the previous owners. Once COVID hit, they decided to close down. And we fortunately were able to take over the space. We're not making any physical changes to the venue other than paint and facelift, so to speak. But our goal is to restore it to what it was before and then some. Mostly, as Ben said, mostly corporate events. They do a number of shows there, fundraisers, and sometimes, and we're part of the business we're looking to grow, is the social aspect, some weddings and bar mitzvahs. There are no, everything is by invitation. They're all private events. And we're well versed in operating these types of events, and as we have for so many years.
Okay, thank you. Comments, committee members, questions? Frank, do you want to, did we get any?
We got nothing. I had nothing, and I've seen nothing in writing from community members.
Okay. Any questions from committee people? Tui, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah. I recognize this location as the Metropolitan Pavilion. Is that the same location?
This is adjoining. This is the Altman Building, right next door.
Oh, okay. So I did see the dimensions. It looked very similar. And I noticed that you said there's street parking. I mean, 18th Street is pretty narrow. So, I mean, there really isn't a lot of street parking for things like weddings and bar mitzvahs or things of that nature. I don't know how there could be potential congestion here is what I think. I'm not sure how to phrase a question.
Yeah, I'm not, so I think what we meant by that is that people either park in the many parking lots around there or find parking in the street, but I don't, to my knowledge, that's never been an issue. The people attending events come from all over, and one of the reasons the place is so popular is great public transportation as well as parking lots and everything that's necessary for an event. I don't see anything that would block the streets.
Yeah, and as Michael pointed out, we noted street parking, but there are also lots around. When the SLA evaluates the public interest, one of the statutory factors is parking, but that's typically the way they evaluate is whether it would create an increase over what's existing. And since this has been operating since 1999, there's not going to be any increase because it's been operating essentially in the same capacity for 22 years.
Okay, thanks.
Christine.
I want to follow up on this point, on a slightly different point. So your loading of area is going to be on 17th Street or on 19th Street? I'm not talking about the customers, but where you bring whatever you have to bring to make.
No, the only way to load in is on 18th Street.
Right.
There's no other.
Okay, because we have had for the last few years major issues with the loading and unloading of the Metropolitan Pavilion, and a lot of complaints from neighbors about that. So
I'm very familiar with that space as well, because as off-premise caterers, we work there quite a bit. It's a much larger space, both on the main floor, and they also have occupy other floors above that. So the shows that take place there are much larger, requiring a lot more loading. This space is not nearly as big. And when there's, what I've experienced is when there is a show that has to load in, we get a permit for the front and it's all coordinated. I know as a caterer that we would have to coordinate what time we're coming so that the other deliveries can be completed and gone. So just to avoid blocking the street and the entrance into the building. So that's something that we would certainly pay quite a bit of attention to make sure that we don't have that overlap and that everything goes smoothly and it doesn't cause a problem either outside or inside.
And what about when you are loading and unloading, where do you put the stuff? Is it on the sidewalk? Because that's another complaint we have received, that people were kind of staging on the sidewalk and therefore the residents could not walk back and forth, and they were really, with children or whatever, very nervous about using the sidewalk and the streets at times of events.
Well, I can speak again as a caterer. I know one of the things that makes that space so popular is that you can load right in. So what we typically do is take things off the back of our truck. We can bring them straight in. We don't pile things on the sidewalk. And as I mentioned before, I can say that as the new managers of that space, we will make sure that if there are any large shows that are coming in, that they are required to get a curb permit and that they load in as they unload, it is in the street and they do not block the sidewalk or load anything on the sidewalk, take it directly in.
All right, so you would be, you'd be ready to stipulate to that? I mean, that you are going to manage that in this way?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hey, Christine, can you give me some language?
I think it should say that the, loading and unloading for shows will be properly managed, that there will be reservation or permit on the frontage of the sidewalk, and then that there will not be, staging of anything on the sidewalk.
Okay, what's
But
the first part you need?
they will be
What's-
taken directly inside the building and not staged on the sidewalk.
What was the first part about a permit? What kind of permit is it?
Well, they would need a permit to
It's called
to
a
have
curb
people-
lane permit.
Curb lane?
Yes.
curb lane permit, yes.
And I assume that's from the Department of Transportation? Who do you get that from?
The curb lane, yes.
Probably
DOT?
some city or, yeah.
But then, you know, the staging on the sidewalk is just, you know, the people who have that show and their truckers are going to do the work the way they want to do it. And it's going to be really important that Michael monitor that and put that in their contract so that it's clear that they are not supposed to do that.
Number of different vendors coming in, and therefore that's the need to coordinate the different times they come. So to make sure they don't show up at the same time and they're both unloading and they don't have space and they put it on the sidewalk. So that's our responsibility, and that's something that we would absolutely.
Okay. That would be very helpful for the residents of the block.
Okay. Any additional questions, comments from committee members? No, and Nellie, anybody from the community?
Yes, I have two hands raised.
Bring
First
'em
one
in.
is Susan Marshall. Susan, you can speak now.
Hi, I have turned on my microphone and camera. Hi, Susan Marshall again, 300 West 18th and 19th Streets Block Association. It seems like there's a lot of blocks in Chelsea that aren't really covered by some associations. That's why we're filling in. We did have some dialogue on this with Benjamin and Paul. I just had, I do see that you guys are doing a lot of bar weddings and things, but do you plan to do events like they do at the Metropolitan Pavilion, or how will your business differ from what's going on next door?
Similar to what they do. And when you say events like Metropolitan, do you mean trade shows?
Well, like shows,
in
conferences,
general?
shows, stadium conferences, because they seem to be more of a daytime affair, where your seems to be more of a you know, weekend, Saturday, Sunday afternoon, or evening affair. That's what I'm trying to ascertain. Just in terms of the residents, the disruption to the residents.
Actually, a lot of it is also daytime there. And the many shows that come to the Metropolitan Pavilion also need additional space. So they come into the Altman building. There are some events at night, but I do not think, again, having worked at both of those spaces for decades, I don't know that there's really a difference between the work. They do a lot more trade shows because of their size, but many of those lead into the evening with cocktail parties and whatnot, which is what we all hope for as a corporate business. They do that, they finish up with some type of reception, and then the night is over before it gets too late.
Okay. Well, I live on West 19th between 8th and 9th, and I work on 5th between 17th and 18th. So I'm always walking across 18th, and I often see, you know, load-ins for, you know, the more trade shows in the mornings. But it seems like a lot of the food, at least for some of the things you'd be doing, you know, the food would be coming. Well, it could be any time of day, right? Depending on what you're catering.
Yeah, we're open to taking the work whenever we can get it, but
Right.
we'll be certainly aware of the things that, you know, concern the community, and it's our
Right.
concern too. We want-
Okay, our concern is traffic and noise, you know, and so I see a lot of, you know, things going in the morning, but I'm not in that area at night. So I don't know if anybody on this committee is. I'm just wondering, you know, in terms of the clientele that get attracted, it doesn't seem like the late night rouser drinking crowd.
For the most part, no, that's not the type of events that go on there. And quite frankly, those are not the ones that we really pursue. It's certainly nothing with the promoter or anything of that nature. There are a certain number of social events, but that's not the majority of what goes on there. That's what-
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And the other community member, Nellie?
I have three more. The next one is Erin Peters. Erin?
Hi, sorry. Never been on Zoom, just kidding. So I'm on the board of one of the buildings across the street, and I've been contacted by several other boards along the block. And I'm just going to read the questions that I've gotten. Because I think people were trying to dig and not understanding and not able to find the actual application and what's being approved. So these were the questions that I got. Outdoor smoking, outdoor people, because it is a wide sidewalk. So when people come out on the side, it's commercial, mostly where the Altman and Metropolitan are, residential on our side. Car services and their ability to block off the street during the event. The ability to use the sidewalk for step and repeat sort of photography spaces, hours of operation for the events, trucks for load-in, which you sort of talked about, music, lights, and then my own question after this, listening to some of the others, what happens when the stipulations, like where do the boards go if we have issues?
Okay. Did you want me to comment on all of those? I'm not sure I got them all.
I'm not sure where to like, I think there were a lot of boards that were asking a lot of questions and people sort of didn't know where to go. So that's what I got.
Why don't you, Erin, list your question one at a time?
What do you
and then
mean
we
when you
can
say they
answer.
didn't know where to go?
I'm sorry?
When you say they didn't know where to go, they didn't know how to get to the community board.
Well, I think the question, only because I had emailed, I think it was Nellie, to say, there was no one has met with the boards, right, before tonight. I think that's what people are looking to understand exactly what was happening, and that the feedback happens here, but then it sort of sounded like this was the last time for the.
Well, I guess
My question is, Benjamin Michael, did you do any kind of outreach to the residents?
We emailed the list that was provided, which was extensive. I think, I don't know how many, but it looked like it was close to 50 email addresses, which the prior Miss Marshall was on. So, and there was some back and forth on that chain. We submitted photos, we posted kind of extensive notices on the block itself, which typically satisfies, the outreach requirements.
Erin, are these block associations you're talking about? Are they co-op boards?
Sorry, not associations, just condominium and co-op board.
Okay.
Along the residential side of 18th between 6 and 7.
Yeah, see, the community board does not necessarily know about every co-op.
Totally fair. We just didn't know.
So the way it usually works is you see the signs, which I think were posted. You can go to the community board website and then get the proposed stipulations, which answer some of those questions. But, ordinarily we sort of expect the applicants to do a little due diligence and look at the buildings nearest by and try to reach out to them, even if they're not on our list. Because quite frankly, we don't know every building.
I think everyone totally understands that.
That last part was addressed to the applicant, that usually the list we give you is not a safe harbor. It's a starting point, and the neighborhood you're moving into. So we hope that in the future, you sort of look around and see where there are big residential buildings and try to reach out to them directly.
Understood. I mean, the only thing I would point out is just that the building itself is an office building. It's purely commercial, but I understand your point.
Okay. So Erin, why don't you go through your question?
This is a mixed-use block. It has both commercial spaces and residential spaces.
Correct.
It's not all offices or all residences. It's a mixed-use block.
Honestly, I'm hoping I just got all the emails and you chose me first, but I think that there are some other people from some of the other boards who are.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we hear from them, and then you keep track of your questions, and if there are any that weren't answered, we'll come back to you at the end and you can ask them. Okay. Nellie, who's the next person?
The next person is Peter Broussard. Apologies if I said your name wrong. Peter?
Hello, sorry.
Hi.
I'm also on the board at 124 West 18th Street, and the other boards will speak to many of the issues, but one I would like to ask about is garbage being left by promoters or their people. Often with our building, garbage is just brought over and dumped in front of our building and we have to dispose of it. And I know that vendors are told not to do this, but it happens repeatedly and we have to deal with it. And I'll pass on, other questions to other members of the block.
Do you have, what are your garbage removal plans?
We contract at every event with a carting company to come at night, put the trash out where it needs to go so that they do a pickup. Everything inside. The events that we run have people who are constantly bussing. We have housemen that are there, package it all, bag it all up and bring it out at one time to make sure that nothing is left outside. Any vendors that come in to set up during the day, it's required that they take that garbage with them or that we provide for it in the building. So we don't allow anyone, and we won't allow anyone to leave garbage outside. Otherwise they won't work in our space again.
So Michael, just to hone down on this, there's an area within the building for garbage storage, right?
There is, correct.
I was going to ask that question if you had one. So in other words, garbage is amassed within the building, within your space. You put it in this dedicated garbage space, which is inside, and then at some time towards the evening, I assume most commercial pickups are late at night, late at night.
Right.
So it goes out close to when it's being picked up.
Correct. The end, very last thing. The end.
Bert, may I make a comment about that?
Yeah.
So Michael, it looks like you said the vendors have two options. They can give us the garbage or they have to take it with them. And I guess when they take it with them, they go and drop it somewhere, probably in front of this other building. So what about?
That's not what I meant. I'm sorry.
No, and that's not what you meant, but that's what they do.
Well, maybe let's see what he has to say, Christine. What do you say?
When I say take their garbage, I didn't mean trash and food garbage. What I meant is the different kinds of vendors coming in may have packaging materials with the items that they bring in. They often take that back. If there's any vendor violates that, they will not work with us. We work with all reputable vendors in our industry, whether they're furniture or whether they're sound or whatever they are. So that's not something that we would allow, and we would want to hear from the community if that's happening repeatedly.
Okay.
And we would know it too. We watch them coming in and out. We have staff that's there when they load in, and staff when they load out. So if they're leaving something in the street, we know.
Okay, Ellie, who's next?
Sorry, next I have Bill Borak.
Okay, Ellie, why don't you move over everyone who wants to speak on this application and we'll just call them in order to save time.
Yes, Bill is the last one.
Okay. Bill, you're on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say a couple of things. I know the history of the Metropolitan because I lived on 17th Street for many, many years and now on 20th Street. And I know the 18th people were complaining a lot. One question I have is it could be a real mess if events are planned for the same night or the same afternoon. So is there any kind of coordination, or maybe there should be coordination between your place and Metropolitan. Have you given that any thought?
I mean, it's difficult to know. Keep in mind that people book events months and months in advance. So it would be difficult for us to know that. But the other thing to know is the Metropolitan Pavilion, their load-in is on 19th. Ours is on 18th. So, people coming in the building are coming in from two different streets completely.
And the other thing is, I understand that this has been operating as a catering facility for a number of years, right?
As I said, we did the opening party here in '99. We first started working in Met Pavilion when they were only on 19th Street. And
So you're not adding, I guess what I'm saying is you're not adding a new venue, you're taking over.
There's nothing new, really. It's just we want to improve upon what was there, but there's nothing new, nothing.
Well, I'll just add another thing, okay? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. No, you're on, Bill.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I know from past history, and I know we were talking about the garbage being picked up in the evening. I know from 20th Street, some people down for the corner were always complaining that the pickup was in like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 in the morning, and the clanging would keep them up. So I don't know if you have a possibility of speaking to your garbage person and have them pick up in a more reasonable hour, maybe like 10 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock, rather than the wee hours.
We can always talk to them about that. It depends when the events end, and I think all that's about to change anyway with zoning. That'll be a work in progress. We always try to work with them, but I think even for regular restaurants and stores, they come at a certain time. They don't differentiate between an event space and anything else. So we would always like to get the best time for a pickup, but it's limited what we can control there. And again, it's mostly what's coming out of where we are bags of trash, not heavy items that make the noise.
All right.
And the commercial refuse pickup is in the process of being changed in New York City.
Right.
From many, many competitive outfits in one geography to districts and one firm getting the full district. So this may also change their methods of operation.
3 companies per zone, what they're proposing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should try to move this along. Bill, anything else?
Not now, later.
Okay, thank you. Erin,
I mean, are we able to send the questions that I feel like I got a lot of feedback from other boards, so I'm happy to go through them, but it's a lot of people and a lot of time.
I think we need to cover some of them here. The
Okay.
stipulation form, which is on our website, has a contact number for neighbors to call and for complaints. So you can find that on the CB4 website. Just look for the stipulation form for this address. So that answers one of your question.
But Frank, I think Erin, you had about 5 or 6 key questions.
No,
What
that was
did you
just
do for
one.
those 5 and 6?
I was
Thank
just
you.
explaining that
I'm
I knew
sorry.
the answer to one.
I'm sorry.
Frank, can I chime in on one more aspect of that? The references you spoke about. If you go to our website and look at the BLP committee, all right, look at that page, and you're going to see a whole list of things that the committee does and where the public can interact with the board itself. And there's a lot of stuff there. I refresh my own recollection now and then by looking at it. So just look at that. You can see how things are done, okay? Vis-a-vis this committee, all right?
Understood. Okay, can you go through what happens with smoking? And are people able to smoke outside, or what's the zoning permissions?
I don't know what the zoning is outside. I know that people are not allowed to smoke inside. I don't know that smoking is a big issue or has been, but if we're allowed to, we can tell people that the area right outside the building, no smoking. I don't have the,
And I think if there will be security at all the events, if your concern is that people will be congregating outside on the street smoking, I think the security will be instructed, to basically, like you see with a lot of restaurants, to have people disperse. If there's a particular area that the residents.
That could make matters worse because if you move them to in front of a residential building,
I think that's the concern. There was a WeWork facility on the north side, and a lot of people were smoking. So I think that was where that one came from. Does the permit come with some sort of ability to block off the street for car services on the weekend? So the block is zoned, this is not mine. If the block is zoned for commercial Monday through Friday and it's residential Saturday and Sunday, and the question is, do you allow people who come in, or is it part of the permit that they're able to take the street for parking for the events?
So wait, Aaron, are you saying that the parking is limited to certain categories of people on different days? Is that true?
Monday through Friday.
She's asking whether the limos are going to have a reserve space which kicks out the resident for parking, essentially.
On Saturdays and Sundays. The only time you can residential park is Saturday and Sunday. That was just a question.
The context is a lot of Chelsea parking and many of the blocks are residual parking. It's just as if those streets, even though a lot of the buildings now are residential, the parking regs are as if it was still a commercial, 100% commercial block, and very few parking is permitted, while on the weekends, parking is permitted. I think that's what you're referring to, Aaron.
Yeah, I think the question was, when you have someone come in to do the event, are you able to get the street blocked off? Sorry.
To my knowledge, it's very rare that you block the street for individuals to park. It's more for load in and load out so that the trucks are not blocking the street.
But that would that be during Saturday and Sundays?
Sorry?
Would that be applicable to Saturdays and Sundays?
Well, most of those types of events are during the week. So it's rare, unless it's a very big event, they might have to take space on a Sunday for the week. But usually those things take place Monday through Friday.
Okay.
And the weekends are for social events, which it's very rare that you would block off for cars or limousines. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Aaron, just to summarize, they can get permits to allow trucks to load and unload, but that is most likely to be on weekdays. But I am not aware of any ability to get a special permit that gives limos or Uber drivers sort of parking priority over anyone else who happens to be there first. So I think the only priority would be to the trucks loading and unloading.
Okay. Does the permit come with any sidewalk space usage? So the question was about when they do red carpets and things out in the front, and they're photographers and pictures, do the permits come with that for the space in front of the sidewalk?
Well, having seen those permits, sometimes you're never really allowed to, even when you get those permits, you're never allowed to completely block the sidewalk off. You have to leave a pad. Otherwise, the city will not give you a permit for that.
But that's not a good answer. The answer is, are you going to have to entertain that kind of activity on the sidewalk? We would like the sidewalk to remain clear because people want to be able to walk on the sidewalk. And it's very infuriating when every 2 days you have somebody with doing something on the sidewalk and it looks very pretty, but it's, local people can't function.
I would think any event like that would be few and far between. I don't see that happening very often.
Well, would you stipulate not to have those?
Well,
or no more than a few a year. I mean, a given number a year.
I think we could do that. I wouldn't want to say I would not do that because could be a substantial amount of business that we're turning away or a very big event, but it's not something I see happening very often at all.
Well, would you agree to leave a minimum of 8 feet of sidewalk for pedestrian to pass through?
Quite honestly, I don't know how big that sidewalk is. So before I say 8 feet is yes, I would like to know how big the sidewalk itself is.
It's 15 feet.
15 feet, so half the sidewalk.
Yeah.
I suppose I don't know enough about how the permits work. I know the city makes you leave a certain amount of space, which I'm assuming is at least 6 feet. I really don't know that answer.
Well, we are not interested in what the city wants to do. We are interested into what you as a neighbor want to do. And that could go beyond what the city does.
It could. I'm not prepared to answer that in the sense that I will cooperate in any way I can, but if I agree to do something that renders that operation useless, then I'm almost agreeing not to do it at all. So I don't know enough about that at the moment to say that, yes, I can make sure that 8 feet are always left open, but I'm open to discussing that and making it workable because, again, I do want to have a good relationship with it.
So could you get back to us with that answer before the full board?
Sure.
Well, what is the answer? How much of the sidewalk you'll leave free?
Right.
That's my understanding.
Well, and what, no, the question is
also
whether
about
they
the
will
number of times.
leave 8 feet.
There was also the question about number of times a year.
Right.
Well, Christine, what would you prefer? A number of feet or that he'd only get a permit a number of times a year?
Number of feet.
And
Okay.
also we were talking about number of times of the year.
Yeah, but I mean, if we have to choose, I would rather have the number of feet.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And then my last questions are super straightforward. What are the very specific hours for music and lights and booze?
Well, we put in the application for up to 2 a.m., but most events will not come close to that.
Mm-hmm. And
Shall
on
we roll
lights,
on
what do you
to-
mean by lights? Is there any light outside? What's the lighting outside?
There is no lighting. It's a landmark building. We're not allowed to.
The lighting isn't outside. I think, yeah, I mean, the whole block is responding to the Metropolitan Pavilion. Like anytime there's like a dance floor inside, it projects into the residential units across the street. So I think that's, and it was the same thing. So I think when we say lights, that's what I'm interpreting the question.
But we're not talking about dance floor here, right, Michael?
There are dance floors depending on the event.
Oh.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, and perhaps one of you know better than I, directly across from the building, there are no residents right there. Am I right about that?
That's not true. No, on the upper floors, several of those buildings have residential. But they're single apartments, not that diminishes what they are.
I think at the building next door that there are event spaces we're just on the ground floor and in the lower level. So there's nothing on the higher floors that would admit light outside.
Okay.
And also, the space is typically set up, if any of you are familiar with it, it has curtains that pull across when you first walk in past the glass, and then there are curtains. So a lot of that is cut off purposely to provide privacy. So I don't know that very often lights are projecting across the street. I've never noticed that myself. I've worked there many times in the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
You got some answers to your questions, Aaron?
Did you have
Sure.
Did you have one more? Did you have one more or no?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember what was the first one. What was your first question, Erin?
Smoking was the first question.
Yeah, so smoking, Erin, you mentioned that there is a space and you would like people not to go to that space. Where is that space?
No, I just think what people were reacting to and the rationale for the question was WeWork and the Metropolitan Pavilion. When there are events and people smoke, they actually come to the residential side of the street.
To smoke.
to smoke. And so that's sort of the question was just.
No, I got it.
He was asking, like, is there a policy?
No, hold on. But so there would be a stipulation that the smoking would be kept in front of your building, right, Michael?
I don't know. I'm trying to establish what the concern is. We're not allowed to have smoke.
No, the concern is that people have to go outside to smoke.
Right.
They often get chased away from the front of the applicant's premises, who sort of don't want them around the doorway, and they get moved to adjacent residential buildings, or in this case, across the street. So the simple question is, where are you going to direct people from your events to smoke?
Well, I think the answer is if it sounds like the community board would rather we don't make them disperse, so they don't go elsewhere, so we won't chase them away.
Yeah, so will you agree they can smoke only they'll be directed to smoke only in front of your premises?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, that's great.
Can we put, I mean, I know a lot of bars will put please be quiet signs, respect our neighbors. Can we put something like that out there and say, please smoke in front of our building? I don't know.
I'll try and think of something appropriate to put there, but I also think the nature, we're probably all somewhat familiar with this, the nature of events, whether they're corporate or private, is not the same as a bar where people are hanging out. People basically come and go. There's not really large crowds that hang out outside.
Okay. All right, we should wrap this up.
Right.
Anything else from anybody?
Well, and will they give the cellular phone of the?
Yeah, that's already on the application.
It's in the application.
Okay. All right. Here are the additional.
Summarize, please.
Quiet, everybody. Here are the additional steps. All loading and unloading will be properly managed, including obtaining all necessary curb lane permits and loading directly into the premises with no staging on the sidewalks. Garbage will be stored within building and moved outside close to pickup time. Applicant will contract with carting company to remove garbage after every event. Applicant will notify CB4 by 10/25 whether applicant agrees to leave a minimum of 8 feet of sidewalk space for pedestrian use at all times. Applicant will direct all smokers to smoke in front of their premises only. Okay, you all right with those, Benjamin and Michael?
Those sound good to me.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, we got to take a vote.
We got to vote.
We got to take a motion and take a vote.
Motion.
And is there a second? Ingrid is second. Christine is first. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstaining? Present not eligible. Okay, you got the vote.
Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, let's take a deep breath. It is now 8:40. 8:40, 20 to 9. Okay, we have one more item on the agenda. Number 11. 221 West 17th Street, The Big Deal Limited. Is the applicant here? Is the lawyer here?
Bert, I'm here.
I see
And
Donald. I
my
thought I
client,
saw Wendy.
Wendy.
There's Wendy.
And Wendy's here, who will speak shortly.
Okay, Donald, not to interrupt, but to the public watching, just so we know how many people are going to want to speak. If anyone's going to want to speak on this applicant, could you raise your hand now? Thanks.
We have 20, so wait, it's going up, 30,
Going up.
31, second auction.
Okay. Yeah, Donald, go
37
ahead.
participants have raised their hand, 43. I want to say that when it gets time for the community to speak, we're starting off with 2 minutes per person. And we're suggesting very strongly that if you have nothing new to add, that you just agree with what the person prior to you said, you just say that. I agree. Good points. Thank you. if we see it's going on, because I saw 40 people, 41 people times 2 minutes, that's taking us pretty far into the evening. So we're gonna, at some point, if we see a lot of repeating, we will start instituting 1 minute per person. And if it goes any further than that, we might even go down to 30 seconds. Okay. Presentation, please.
Okay, Bert. Thanks. Donald Bernstein on behalf of this licensee and applicant. With me is Wendy Rubin, who you see on the screen. Wendy is the sole owner and proprietor of Big Deal. I'm going to speak first and present what I can of the application. Wendy will then speak. She is very, very passionate about what she does, which she does well, and she's done for a number of years, and she's an innovator in what she does. And I know she's very excited about coming to this location, making a significant investment in this space. This is not a lease she's taking. She's purchasing a commercial condo. So she's here for the long term and making a substantial investment. Big Deal operated between 2015 and 2019 on East 28th Street. It was successful. I'm going to talk to you about that because she's got a track record that I think is very helpful and important for you to know. And this is a removal application to take her existing license on 28th Street and move it to this location at 221 West 17th Street. There are basically two spaces that will be licensed, and let me go through them with you because there's also some misconception, I think, about what this is really all about and how it's going to be operated. On the ground floor on 17th Street will be a coffee house and cocktail bar. It's not large. It's only about 1,350 square feet. We'll have about 63 seats in total in that space, plus some bar stools. It will have a food prep area, and we'll have breakfast, including eggs and muffins, and lunch and late night fare, not late night fare because it's not, well, they'll have late night fare, including salads and sandwiches and wraps and desserts, obviously espresso, coffees and teas, and only background recorded music. Open to the public, a friendly neighborhood and quiet place. In the back of that space will be a wall, and you can go through it and downstairs into cellar subgrade space. And Wendy can talk to you a little bit about the decor and flavor of what that's going to be. But it essentially will be a kind of speakeasy, Great Gatsby-like casino-inspired space. It will have 22-foot ceilings, and it's about 2,450 square feet. It can accommodate, we don't have the C of O yet, but we think that it can accommodate probably at most about 150 patrons. Because of the nature of her operation, she can have anywhere between 25 and 35 employees working in that space. So when you deduct that from the legal occupancy, the maximum will be about 150. But I'm also going to take you through her history on 28th Street to see what she generally has when people book that space. That cellar space will be open to the public on weekends when it is not reserved by any group of people. So people will be able to come, they can dress up if they want, they will see dealers and employees dressed up in themed clothing. They can play the games. There will be tables, there will be card tables, there will be a craps table, but I want to be very clear about what it is not. It is a casino themed space. It is not a real casino, and there is no gambling. You will have chips, but you will be given the chips. The chips have no monetary value. They have a face value, but you can't cash them in for money. There is no gambling where you can lose money. There is no gambling when you can win money. This is purely for entertainment. So you can go in there and you can enjoy playing cards, no win, no loss. You can even learn about how to play the games if you don't know how. Wendy can talk about her history. I think she had the first New York State licensed casino school, and her dealers are very experienced, and that is part of the business as well. The rest of the time, you can book and reserve space for a private event. But I really don't like using the word private event, because you'll see that some of her private events have 10 people, have 15 people. When we use the term private event, people have the sense of a great big party, weddings with 150, 250, 350 people, limousines coming, flowers coming, tablecloths, tables. It's not that at all, but for lack of a better word, that's what we're referring to it as. I mentioned that the ceilings are 22 feet. Above that is the rear deck of the building. So no one lives directly above this space. This cellar space has no doors to the street. It has no open windows. We have our general contractor here. He is also serving to perform some acoustical functions. He will tell you nobody is going to hear any sound that is coming out from this cellar space. The music that we will have downstairs will be background recorded music, and from time to time there will be live jazz. There will not be any DJs in the cellar space. I want to talk about the history that Wendy has in her space that she operated for 4+ years on 28th Street, because I think that there is a fear among some neighbors that she's going to be running nightly events for up to 200 people. That's going to cause a great disturbance on the block, when in fact, that's not what has happened historically and is not likely to happen going forward. We sent to the board office, and hopefully you all have a list of all the events. We took 2 years, I think Wendy's most successful years, 2018 and 2019. In 2018, only 42 days the entire year did people book and reserve space in that cellar. That's less than one time a week. Of those 42, 9 of them were holiday parties in December. Some months, such as February, it only happened twice the entire month. In March, 2 times the entire month. In May, 2 times the entire month. The average number of people at one of these, what we call events, for lack of a better word, is 39. That's 39 patrons in the entire space. The latest any of them went is 12:30 at night. The average closing time was between 9 and 10 p.m., or ending time was 9 to 10 p.m. Some ended at 5:30 or 6 p.m. In 2019, and those are the only 2 years I'm going to talk about, there were a total of 41 bookings the entire year, 8 of which were in December for the holidays. The average number of people was 47. The latest was one that ended at 12:30. The next latest ended at 10:30. Most of them ended anywhere between 8 and 9:30 at night. So I think that's very important for you to be aware of that, to know that the average of these bookings is relatively small, and they more often than not end at a much earlier hour. In our questionnaire that we gave you, we indicated that the closing hour would be 3 a.m. on weekends. That I want to correct that or change that. When the cellar space is open to the public, we'd like to have the option of keeping it open until 2 a.m. And again, that only is going to be a couple of nights a week, if at all, when it's open to the public. When someone has booked the space, we would have everyone out by 1 a.m. And as you can see from the charts that we gave you, historically, they end much earlier. We do want to have the option to go till 1 a.m., but by and large, 90% of them end earlier than 11 p.m. There will be security when the space is booked for private events. I mentioned that we will be doing soundproofing, and our general contractor, Daniel, can speak to that. I want to mention that on 28th Street, there were never any complaints from the operation. And although that space was on an upper floor and no one would be bothered by that, by the same token, our space is subgrade except for the cafe and the ground floor, which is small and is not going to bother anybody. What's going on in the cellar, no one's going to hear that. The only issue is what's going to happen on the street when people come and people go. And as you've heard, there are not going to be large crowds. Same thing happened on 28th Street. There were never complaints. I did a 311 search from 2015 to 2019 for that corner on 28th Street. There was 0 during that 4-year period, not a single 311 complaint. And we have also given you a letter from Manhattan Community Board 5, signed by Nick Athanale, the chair of the committee, that there were no complaints regarding this licensee. Wendy did significant outreach. She can talk to you a little bit about that. She's been on the street for weeks, day in, day out. It has not been easy. I think it's fair to say she's been roughed up a bit verbally and otherwise. Notwithstanding that, we've submitted a petition with over 400 signatures. Last count that I've seen, over 116 are residents of 17th Street. Another 100 of those signatures are within 0.2 miles. We have a number of people here that are going to be speaking, including some of Wendy's staff who have been with her for years that can attest to the nature of the establishment. I wanted to also add that we would, of course, give you the cell phone number of a manager on duty. So if any residents had any concerns, they can reach a live person, not just a recording. Wendy will be hiring. This is a staff-heavy establishment, and she would be very happy to work with the community board and any organizations to staff locally. There have been a lot of things said about Wendy and her operation. I think it sounds fabulous. I think it sounds exciting. It's unique. It's a place where people aren't going to drink. They're going for entertainment, for something that they really can't find anywhere else in the city. And if you look at the list of events that I've given you, you can see some of the largest companies, some of the largest law firms are holding these for holiday parties and otherwise. And she also does some social functions, and she can tell you more about that. Some of the publicity around this has been a little.
Donald, we're going to hear what's presented tonight. We don't have the time to sort of go through the whole back history here. We'll hear what people have to say. If it's erroneous, you can correct it, but I really don't want to revisit the past 2 months, if that's okay.
I won't do that, Frank. Let me just say that allegations that there's going to be marijuana and drugs and crime is just all kind of silly stuff.
Okay, well, that is misrepresenting what the community has said, but.
Well, it's not if you read the
community has said marijuana and so forth tends to accompany liquor licensed establishments. They do not particularly limit. Okay, Donald, enough. If Wendy wants to speak, we need to move on. Please do that now. Wendy, you're on mute.
Go ahead.
Hang on, I am now unmuted. Yes?
Yes, go ahead, Wendy.
All right, so first of all, I'm a little nervous. This is a big deal for me, no pun intended. I wanted to thank the community board. I know this is a long night and it's looking like it's going to get much longer. And my parents are out there somewhere who came to my first event in 2015, our grand opening, and I'm thrilled that they're staying up late to watch this tonight. So first of all, Big Deal Limited is it's a women-owned and women-operated business. We're a New York City small business. I am the owner. My name is Wendy Rubin. I manage with 2 other women. That is Indira and Michelle, and you will hear from both of them. We're all women in our 40s and 50s. Indira and Michelle were born and raised in New York City. I've been here since '85. We're all artists. We care very much about our community. We care very much about creating energy and lovely spaces for people to hang out in. This is not a destructive venture that we're out for. We are here to make our community always a better place. We have a wonderfully diverse staff. We have African American, we have Asian, we have Hispanic, we have white, we have Indian, LGBTQ. As well as we hire from all walks of life, from 18 years old to in their 70s. So as Donald said, that we are looking to do 2 businesses. I just want to be clear, the top floor is a coffee shop and it is a cocktail bar. It is small, it is intimate, it is sophisticated. light background music, never live music. It's a place for people to go work during the day, hang out with their friends at night. As far as I can tell, within a half mile, there's nothing like this in this area. There's nowhere where you can just hang out and work during the day and be comfortable, or the coffee shops seem to close at 3, 4, 5, and they're not very comfortable. They have hard chairs. So this doesn't currently exist in this part of town. That's the top floor. It'll be steampunk and again, sophisticated and classy. And for the neighborhood, for the people in the neighborhood. The bottom floor, as Donald said, is that's the casino themed 1920s speakeasy, 100% isolated. This has been our business since 2015. Unfortunately, outside of one event a couple of weeks ago, we have been closed since COVID. No matter how cool we are, getting people in an elevator during a pandemic was not going to happen. So as Donald said, we've had our liquor license since 2015, 0 complaints. People adore us. And I think what's happened too is that people think that we're going to be just flooding the streets with people, hundreds of people every night. As he said, y'all have the numbers. We don't even do an event a week. The events we do are pretty small, and we stagger the out. If an event closes at 9, we don't just hit the lights and kick them out. At 9, we turn the music down, close the bar, and give people a half an hour to kind of filter out. So even on these little events, it's not like everybody's hitting the street at the same time. Indira and I both live in the East Village. I applied for my community board because our neighborhood just went to hell 20 years ago. The bars are awful. The noise is awful. The smoking is awful. I want to kill 20 people by the time I get home. That is not what we are doing. I applied to my community board to stop bars like that. To be clear, that is 100% not what we are doing. We are small, we are quiet, we are respectful, and we are here for the community. So Donald kind of started to talk about this for 1 second, but I definitely want to broach it because this is the fun part, that all of this opposition is based on this original flyer. We call it the Maybe Crime flyer. It said that, and this is what it said, that we were a street-facing gambling restaurant. That's almost an exact quote. I'm not looking at it, but that's what they called us. And this flyer, whoever made this flyer did a fantastic job of getting it out to everywhere. And yeah, so and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to hit this, but it said that we are gambling. We're not. We're going to bring rats. We're not a restaurant. That we're going to bring drugs and lines and crowds and loud music. None of that stuff. No rotting food. We're not a restaurant. No pot smoke. We're not a club. None of, and maybe crime, hello. So none of that. And all this opposition is originally based on a ton of misinformation. The management company at 270 West 17th Street sent out the Maybe Crime flyer to hundreds of their residents. And then they added the tidbit, well, even if you want a bar, oppose this because they're not a bar. They're an event space and they're not open to the public. So then someone from 270 posted on Nextdoor. And again, it's just all this misinformation, and all this stuff is based on original untruths, whatever you want to call it, from the very, very beginning. Last night I was reaching out to some people through 3 connections. I found some people at 270. And I was like, I will hop on my bike and meet with you guys right now and tell you what it is that we do, because all that you've heard is not what our business is about. And I'm so sorry that it got blown out of proportion and it got crazy, but there's been a lot of fear mongering. And this is, I know you didn't want Donald to talk too much about this, but all of this opposition is based on this. Even when I did a Zoom with the residents, they told me with some of the residents and Bill Baroque, they told me they made up their mind the night before they even met me.
Okay.
Nobody met me.
All right, Wendy, sorry to interrupt, but while we're on this subject, I do want to clarify a couple of things.
Great, thank you.
You wrote saying you offered to explain to anyone who would listen that we are not a casino. And that's correct. A quote. Yet your current website also says we're the only casino in Manhattan. So I'm trying to understand why casino means one thing in your current location and another thing on 17th Street.
Well, what I usually say is we're the only casino, fake or otherwise.
Okay, that's not what the pop-up says.
I know.
And then on the sign you're talking about, it says very clearly gambling, fake money and chips. So they did not represent you as some sort of illegal gambling institution. And when they talk about cigarettes and marijuana use and rats, they say we all know bars and restaurants disturb the peace. It was not individual to you. It was a comment about a restaurant bar use going into this space. And it was not saying your establishment. I have the flyer right here, which you supplied to us.
You see where it says that we want to open a large street-facing gambling bar and restaurant. You see that, right?
Yes, but as I said, if you go down, it says
right. Go past all that stuff. If you read the fine print, they're just saying that
to be correct, the large street-facing gambling bar is in the exact same typeface as the thing that says 2 lines later that the gambling is fake money and chips.
So
we have some things that don't seem to.
To be clear, we are not a casino. That is illegal. So we're all clear. I would be doing the Zoom from jail. We are not a restaurant.
Okay, but you got to admit, your current website says you're the only casino in Manhattan.
It's corporate events. It's marketing. It has nothing to do. We're not a casino. I mean, how could we possibly be a casino?
Frank is quoting Wendy. Right. Frank is quoting what's on your website.
Correct.
Okay, so what's on your website and what you're saying to us, there's some difficulty reconciling the 2 different statements. I think I want to leave it at that, Frank, because we have 40 some odd people from the community who want to speak. Okay.
Here's what I suggest.
I see. Wait, Frank. We also have committee members who want to say something.
Right. There's a few more things I'd like to say.
Okay, so I did interrupt you. You can take another couple minutes, but it's probably all going to come out of everyone else's time to speak. So be as succinct as you can.
I understand that our marketing and the law might be in conflict with each other. But we're not a casino. Again, illegal. Never one time has anyone All right, great. So what we do is
we're all aware that gambling and committee members who want to speak, I see.
Right, you're cutting out, just so you know.
Yeah.
So just a few other things. What we are is we are a community-driven business where you've gotten a bunch of letters from charities that we've helped raise money for, and we've reached out to current charities that are in Chelsea. We actually did an event for the Latino Commission on AIDS in 2016, which is a Chelsea resident. You got a letter from the Children's Rescue Fund, which is a children's kids shelter where we give the food at the end of the night after our events. We've reached out to Holy Apostles and Chelsea Fridge. We are 100% committing to training and hiring local people. We're very excited to have NYCHA right there. And we've already reached out to the Clinton House to that. And I've signed up to talk on ACEs tomorrow night to again let the art people know that we are experts in fundraising. We'll make ourselves available, cover our own costs, so it's no cost to them to help people raise money. So I think that that's super important because we are a part of the community. The reason we've been so successful is that we treat others how we would like to be treated. As Donald said, people have been a little harsh to me, and we take the high road all the time. Smile, say thank you. I'm here to talk to anybody who's interested in talking to me. And then I think that's about it. People are super, super, super excited to have us. And our first event is not going to be for Chelsea in particular, although it will be for the Family Institute of Health on 17th Street, but it's going to be a free event for the healthcare workers of the city. Well, that's going to be free for them. And I'm so happy to get to give back. Because we have the ability to do that. We're a good business.
Okay.
All right. Bert, so I think it would be helpful if I take 2 minutes to summarize what we have in paper. I'll do it really fast. Okay. And you people have all seen this in the Dropbox. The applicant submitted 8 letters in support, which are basically from charitable institutions or other people who have had events at the other space, saying how well run they were and so forth. It's also a letter from a police detective saying he frequented the other place with no problems and supports the establishment. They submitted a petition with 400 signatures. They noted that 116 are on 17th Street. I sort of dove down a little more. About 60 of them are on this block, the 200 block. And community members have pointed out that at least a quarter of those are signed from a building, which is a commercial building. So it's people who work there but do not live on the block. On the other side, we have 50 emails, some very detailed and voluminous, from people who live on this block. There's a cover email from someone who organized all this saying that there are really 100 individuals who have signed on in opposition, 106. But since many of those people represent co-op and condo boards and so forth, they're really a total of 500 residents in opposition. As I think you've read, the basic opposition is this space has never been previously licensed. This is a very residential block, and it is just the wrong type of establishment in this location. And I will leave that brief summary at that. I'd urge the committee to focus on the overall application and not get into like the details about, you know, around the edges of little numbers and specific answers to questions. If we get that far, we'll move on to those issues. But I think there's going to be a fundamental issue about the fit between this establishment and this block. And I'd like to sort of talk on the macro level first and then hear from the community. And then we can go back to more detailed questions. Thanks.
Okay. So we have Rob, Mike, Twee, and Carrie so far.
Sorry, I have micro questions because I assume the community is going to take care of the rest. Should I just put my hand down for now?
That's an example.
You got it.
I want to say the same too. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, I was going to ask Carrie to give us an example of a micro question.
Oh, okay, sure. Like, for example, and I don't mean to jump the line, the hours on the sidewalk cafe and open dining do not match on the application. Like, in one section, they say 11 and 12, and another section, they say 10 and 11. So that's what I mean by micro. I think
now you're muted.
Yeah. I would suggest we leave, you know, those things until we see if there's any consensus one way or the other on the basic establishment.
Right, there's a larger question, and I put my city planning hat on, of land use.
Yeah.
That's the larger question. Not 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or 1 a.m., but the appropriateness of the land use. Okay, that I think is the real question before us. Rob, Mike.
Go ahead, Rob.
Are you with us, Rob? Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, look, you know, let me just mention that, you know, you and Frank and I met with the applicant, you know, separately last month. And at that time, I asked you, Wendy, whether you were going to check out the coffee shop up at 25th and 9th to see whether or not that was the kind of thing you guys had in mind. Because if it is, then I think I'm comfortable with that. You know, that the upper floor of your establishment would be super. It's a great place, right? Were you able to do that? Did you look at it?
You have to unmute.
Wendy, you're muted.
So yes, absolutely. It's going to be comfortable. It's going to be quiet. It's, you know, it's there. It is a coffee shop and a cocktail bar. I want to be clear. I don't want to just hide it away saying it's just a coffee shop. It's both. We're making use of the space, but yes, and people are so excited to have this space right on their block.
Yeah. Well, that's one of three. All right. Let's say that when all is said and done, you were only left with that and you could not do your casino. Could you support yourself with that alone?
I have no idea. I wouldn't want to do that. The downstairs space is 100% isolated and doesn't affect. It's, you know, you're talking about less people in that space than you're talking about upstairs on a, you know, by far on a weekly basis. So
yeah, well,
the 23-foot ceilings are the beauty of that space. So
yeah, okay. All right, that's.
I don't know why I would, that's not going to be a hindrance to the neighborhood. So I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't dump a lot of people on the street. We're not loud. We're not late.
Yeah.
I don't know why that would be an issue.
Okay, well, let's say it is. Anyway, the folks that I envision coming to your establishment are more like museum curators and librarians rather than, party revelers, So that part doesn't bother me.
Thank you.
What bothers me is the people in the building. I know you got your petition. How many of those petitioners live upstairs? Those are the folks that,
right.
do you know?
As we know, I think you all know that there's 5 of the residents who have been suing the sponsor. It's a just lawsuit. It's going to get kicked because they actually signed off on our use. They signed off on everything in the building except for abortions and porn. Any other, and that's the AG report. So I'm sorry that they live in Manhattan and Chelsea, and it's a mixed use block. But that was the agreement that when they bought the condo that existed.
All right, so that was my question. Whether I was expecting to see your lawyer here on that case. He's not here, right?
The sponsor wanted to come to talk. They're not suing us. They're suing the sponsor. But again, it doesn't matter because it's not, they don't have grounds. You can sue anyone for any reason, but they don't have grounds. And I have the information on that. I didn't send it to you. I can forward the legal stuff that shows exactly why this lawsuit cannot move forward because they signed off on this agreement in the deck, I guess it's called.
Okay, but by and large,
decision.
By and large, Wendy.
Yes, Mike.
How are you with the residents in the building? That's
so there were the 5 men that I was on the Zoom with originally. They had made up their mind before they spoke with me. They said they were representing the building at that time. They were not. I heard from a lovely woman. I've heard from a lovely woman after that, and she's been trying. We've met several times. She's been trying. She's here. I don't know if she's going to speak. She's been trying to get us all together to do some kind of a compromise. I spoke with some other residents. They asked what we were up to, and I don't know anything about them. And then of course the founder of Grindr is on the top floor, and I have not spoken with him yet, but I suspect that he will not be opposed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I'd rather not hear, wait, excuse me, Mike.
Yeah.
I do not want to hear what you say that they may say or speculate, Wendy. We have 43 people I see who have their hands raised, who want to speak for themselves. So I'd want to hear from them. Now it's 44 people. Okay, seems to go up every moment. Mike, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, Twee?
I'm going to defer my question and open it to the floor. It's about ventilation in the basement.
And Rob, are you back or are you just there or what? I guess he's not. Christine?
No, I'm here.
Oh, your hand is up. Rob.
Sorry about that. I had give me a moment to rephrase it. Come back to me. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, Christine.
May I suggest we give people only 1 minute? This is two. No, I'm serious. 2 minutes.
I hear you, Christine.
I would start with 1 minute. I mean, that should be enough.
Not a bad idea. Rob,
It's okay. I'm good to go. Basically, this was a place that wasn't licensed previous. It's a new spot. We're building this onto a residential side street. Out front, where there is 3 doors that go open into the building, on the side where there's a smaller building, an entrance to the side, there is actually out front a tree pit, which is 6 foot by almost 4 foot. And there would be, I see some issues trying to get into their street structure through that point. I think as a place that it was intended to have a street structure, they should be made to keep it and not just put it over.
Absolutely.
But
yes, plant a tree in the tree pit. Yes.
Wait.
Yeah.
Rob, have you finished speaking?
I will be in a second, but basically the tree pit should be somewhat filled in But I don't see how they're going to meet like a requirement to really have tables out front of their own doors, sidewalk wise. I understand street wise, but street wise, they're dealing with a huge, there's nothing there. It's a dirt pit for people to get in to the outside. So anyway, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, I would like, if there's no other committee person who wants to speak, Christine, you still have your hand up, or is that? Okay.
Okay, Bert, so I'll time 1 minute and tell you when it's up. Wendy, as Donald may have told you, we don't want back and forth during this session. We want to let everyone just speak, whether they're in support or in opposition. You guys can keep notes and, address the themes at the end.
But no back and forth.
But yeah, no back and forth. Just one person speaking after another.
Okay, Nellie, do we have some kind of order to these 43 or 44 people?
I am going to go in the order as I see their names.
I see that the 225 building asks that Julia speak first of the people among 225.
Okay. It's a lot of hands. Give me a second to see if I find Julia.
Put someone on and see if you can find Julia next.
I do not see Julia's hand raised unless
Okay,
she is the one calling in.
Okay, well, let's just go then.
Okay, I'm gonna move over 3 people at a time. The first one is Bill Borak. The next one is Matthew Himmler. The next one is, where is it? Jane.
Okay. And I would like the community people, when they start their minute, identify themselves and where they live.
Correction, I have Matthew Hilmner, Elizabeth Benjamin, and Bill Borak.
Okay.
Right.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julia. I'm just on Matthew Himmler's my husband. So if you want me to go first, I'm happy to, but also happy to go in the order that the board wants. All right. So is my 1 minute on the clock?
Your minute starts now. Go ahead.
Great. Well, thanks, everyone. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you tonight. So I'm Julia. I'm representing the residents of 225. We have 13 residential units. And in particular, this application directly affects me because we live in apartment 2A, directly above the commercial space where the Big Deal Limited is looking to go. As you can see, I'm a woman. I'm also, I also am a professional. I'm also a native New Yorker. I'm also a mother. So what I want to talk with you all today is, I've lived in Chelsea for 10 years. I'm a proud member of this community. We moved to this building, and in particular, we're comfortable with our second floor unit because we noted that the commercial buildings on this block closed at 5 p.m. and that it was a mixed use block, but mostly residential, and it's a real neighborhood. So we were shocked when we learned what was happening, that our sponsor was negotiating. I'll side note that there is a lawsuit, right? And our attorney's here.
Julia, that's a minute. Since you went
sorry,
first, just wrap up.
Yep, 2 things I want to say. So my daughter's 18 months old. She was born premature during the pandemic. We brought her home after 90 days in the NICU. I can't imagine a less safe environment for her to be in with this type of establishment below her. I'm understandably concerned about a place that attracts and encourages incidental smoking, drinking, gambling, and other activities right below where she sleeps at night. I hope that you all can empathize and understand my concerns about the noise, drunkenness, and what's inappropriate for young children. It's not my intention to block a legitimate business, but I am really concerned about the safety and welfare.
Julia, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill?
Okay, CCBA covers 40 blocks in Chelsea. One, I have 2 concerns that I want to talk about. The other people have talked about others. The collecting petitions, I was told, and I have to find out from Wendy whether it was true or not, that she was telling people about the the luncheonette, coffee house, whatever you want to call it, and not about all the other stuff. So people would sign something, say, hey, a coffee house, that's nice. I have a major question, and I wanted to ask Ruby, and I mentioned the community boards, maybe it's coincidence. There was a club called Wendy's Club, also Midtown. So I'm asking Wendy through her face, and I don't know if you can see my face, was that Wendy Club's part of what you did in the Midtown?
Okay, Bill, we'll have her answer at the end. We don't want to go back and forth.
Well, okay, so let me say quick, is she there?
She's here. Wendy's online. She's here.
Okay.
She heard you.
And I just want to mention that Wendy's Club had a lot of problems, police going there, raids, people gambling, real gambling, 6 people arrested for promoting gambling. So that's a whole question. If
Okay,
that's
Bill,
the same Wendy,
that's
let's
a minute.
find out.
That's a minute.
Okay.
We'll ask.
Yeah, and I just want to make a suggestion for all the speakers that come forward going on, that rather than talk about the other, make positive statements for yourself. This is what you want. Not that the other one is this or that, but this is what you want. Okay.
Hey, Elizabeth?
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Benjamin. I work at the Community Service Society. I am an over 32-year member living at 214 West 17th Street. I'm really grateful to you all, my neighbors, for taking the time this late at night to listen to our concerns. I would like to suggest that we have a whole meeting dedicated to this, since there are so many of us that would like to speak, and only having 1 minute is sort of difficult, even for a recovering litigator like me. I want to say that I am a resident of 214 West 17th Street, directly across. I'd like to note that I too am a woman, and I oppose this proposal, as do 500 residents on our block: 201, 212, 214, 218, 220, 222, 224, 226, 228, 220, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 246, 257, 270, and even 212 West 18th Street that abuts on the backside of this proposed faux casino. Our building is unanimous in our opposition of having a 265-person faux casino with outside music, drinking across the street, with late night fare. That means late night activity. We have a quiet block. The youngest member of our building, like the woman that just spoke from our neighbor across the street, is just 6 months old. We also have grammar school age children, as my own 2 teenage children who are in high school live here too. It is unacceptable to have a bar with faux gambling or not in a facility.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
I would just like to beg you all. Okay, I just would like to beg you all to please consider having a full, 2 hours for us, because there are so many in our area that are so concerned about this proposal, and I don't know that giving us each 1 minute is really adequate to elevate and air all our concerns.
We will see where the committee stands at the end of the 1 minute thing. And
okay, thank you. I really appreciate it, Frank. Okay. I'm not trying to be a difficult neighbor, and I'm so grateful to you all for being with us all night. Thank you again.
Next 3, Nellie.
The next 3, I have Jane, Adam, and Edward. I'm going to move them over now.
Hi, good evening. Am I off mute?
Hi, Jane. Okay, go ahead.
Minute going. So my background, I worked in hospitality and then in finance in Midtown, and I'm now a teacher in the Upper West Side, but I am a resident of 270 West 17th Street. I can definitely say that I saw a pretty toxic and one-sided flyer go out. Yes, I agree. There was like all of the notes at the bottom that said it was faux gambling, et cetera, but ultimately it was just very, very inflammatory. I'd like to instead say that this is an experienced operator who is clearly trying to make a business that is viable both for herself and for the neighborhood, and is clearly willing to compromise in terms of where and how the operation can affect the neighborhood. So instead of attacking, it may be worthwhile to work together to find a compromise that actually does allow us to have a nice community space, AKA the coffee shop, and bring in corporate dollars midday to have that downstairs area be in use as well. Secondarily, I'd like to point out that the thing about being an experienced operator is the proven track record, which means the person knows how to control their outflow, they know how to control their staffing, they know how to watch and train their bartenders to make sure that they're not over-serving. There are all parallel risks of this, but ultimately, instead of banking on a new business and or just shutting it down, it's worth working on this together.
Okay.
So I'm fully
Thanks. I actually gave you 90 seconds because I did that for a few other people. Adam?
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks for having me on. I just want to first, as you guys requested, I certainly agree with all the residents that have spoken in their opposition to this business. But I wanted to address just a couple of things in this minute. We talk a lot about the inconsistencies, and I'm looking at this application right now. And I kept hearing the attorney and Wendy say, oh, it's only going to be 40 people. Their track record is 40 people or 40 events, minimal people. I was part of the group that spoke with Wendy directly. She told us if she could have an event every night, she would host an event every night. So I think there's some inconsistency there. I think the fact that we have our attorney that filed the lawsuit, I think Wendy is misunderstood on what lawsuit we have against the sponsor. She clearly is, because she stated on this call twice that she's not a restaurant. And we have our attorney on that can explain the legalities of what our bylaws and say, but she cannot have liquor unless it's attached to a restaurant. So that's just a technicality that she just admitted.
All right, Adam, that's a minute. Thanks. Edward?
Hello. My name's Edward Curtis. I live on West 16th Street between 7th and 8th, so not on 17th Street. I'm concerned about the number of businesses and restaurants that have closed in Chelsea since the pandemic has begun. So I'm in support of the application. I want to establish the investments and establishment of tax-paying businesses like Big Deal. I'm also concerned about the number of homeless and drug users and the increase on crime on the streets. And I'm hoping that these new businesses will end that. Thank you.
Sounds fun too.
Great. Thank you, both of you. Nellie, next people.
Okay. Next, I have Penelope, Cynthia, and Jill. I'm going to move them over now.
And Nellie, you can move over the next three after this and just introduce them when we're done. Let's get people really lined up here. Okay, Penelope, you ready?
Hi, yes. Good evening, everybody. I live at 218 West 17th Street, which is directly across from the property in question. And one of the things that's particularly challenging is the inconsistencies and representations about what this establishment will and will not be, including several interactions on the street as they tried to do community outreach. I think the signatures that Wendy has collected are not on this block. And just even in her comments tonight, she says, we don't serve alcohol. That's not our establishment. We're about this faux gambling. And that if that's the case, then you don't need a liquor license. In addition to which, she hasn't addressed the fact that there are, that potentially because of open streets, there's a possibility of her actually being on the street. So that's my 90 seconds.
Great, thank you. That's a minute. Cynthia? You're muted, Cynthia.
You're muted, Cynthia.
There you go. Okay, start now.
Yes, thank you. May I share the 214 building across the street? My husband and I are completely opposed to this. We believe that while there is a quote cafe, the fact is it's truly a cocktail bar that'll make the money, and it will create a very noisy, dangerous, crowded block, which will destroy what has forever, we've lived here 40 years, the quality of our peaceful, residential, beautiful block. And the fact that Wendy was touting 42 days is all that she has booked. If that's what she's going to want to book every day, every night, and it will completely destroy our block, which we have all loved, and the quality of our life. So we beg you to please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Perfectly timed. Jill, is Jill here?
Yes, yes. Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, 1 minute.
Hi, everybody. I'm a resident of 225, so the building directly above the unit in question. My heart is racing because this is so deeply personal to me as a mother of 2 young children. My husband and I have worked our whole lives. I'm a woman in business, Wendy. We've worked our whole lives to afford an apartment to raise our young children in. And, you know, the nature of the business, which is described as being transported to a Vegas nightclub, is simply unfathomable for me right below my unit on the 4th floor. Wendy, you deserve all the success. You seem like a wonderful woman. I want you to be successful. West 17th Street is a residential block with young children that should not be around this type of establishment night over night. I am deeply concerned about the well-being of my babies and their, growing up around that situation. And I deeply implore the committee to take that in consideration as you listen to everybody tonight. Think about the very young children in this building who will be subject to this.
Thanks, Jill.
Thank you.
Nellie, who are the next 3?
Next, I have Hannah, Pamela, and Elsa.
Okay.
And bring on the next 3 after, please.
Okay, Hannah, you ready?
Yeah, hi, I'm Jonah. Me and my fiance, Hannah, live in 16 West 16th Street. I want to state my support for this business. I think unique experiences are what makes Chelsea a great and exciting place to live. I think both the public-facing cocktail coffee shop sounds like a great addition to the neighborhood. I feel like the speakeasy nature of the casino will seal that off from being public-facing. I don't feel like their marketing material or their online presence was misleading and made it seem like it was actual gambling. So I think this would be an awesome, fun place to add to the neighborhood. Thanks.
Okay, thanks both of you. Pamela?
Hi, thank you for your time. I reside at 220 West 17th, and I've been there for many years. The noise on the block has increased exponentially over the years, and with the pandemic deliveries, it's really loud. And there's just no way to control folks who have had a few cocktails once they get outside an establishment. I'm a businesswoman. I appreciate Wendy's efforts, but I oppose this. There's plenty of available commercial space on 7th and 8th that could accommodate this very easily. And if allowed, I have one question. I'm confused about the outside portion of this. Is there outside seating? And if so, how much? That is a very narrow sidewalk area.
Okay, Pamela, we'll get to that and we'll discuss that if we get that far.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Elsa.
Hi, my name's Elsa Higby. I live at 228 West 17th Street, across the street and adjacent from the proposed location of this establishment. Because 17th Street is a mixed-use street, there is already a lot of pressure from USPS trucks that park on the street, other trucking, other deliveries, again, the increased deliveries of Amazon given COVID, and the proximity of the subways. I think Big Deal is going to be a hot destination. I want to go there. I don't want it on 17th Street. I think the increased traffic is the noise from just conversations on the street reverberates against the buildings into the higher floors. So between the noise, the smoking, the late night deliveries, the increased garbage pickup, the sound of the garbage trucks, the more they're going to have to pick up if there's a commercial establishment, it's just not the place for it.
Yeah.
I do wish you much success though, Wendy.
Okay. Thank you. Nellie, next 3.
Next 3, I have Michelle, JJC, and Tawana.
Okay, Michelle?
Hi, my name is Michelle Allgood. I'm part of the team helping design the street level space at 225 West 17th Street, as well as assuming the role of manager upon completion. The environment that I hope to create will be one that will invite the neighborhood residents to gather and create a sense of community. There are enough Instagram hotspot tourist traps in our city, and we are wanting to make a place for us, the real New Yorkers. I am a born and raised third generation New Yorker. We are creating a space where real people can have real conversations, not be yelling over music or a sports game, to be enjoying a light bite, coffee, a zero proof cocktail, or a handcrafted cocktail. The outside of our space will have a beautifully constructed, noise reducing roadside dining area that will bring in the sense of European flair to a block that is somewhat lacking. Having that roadside dining offers a dual role aside from extra seating. It keeps customers from congregating in front of the building, as well as cabs, cars, and trucks from parking, stopping, loading, and unloading. Luckily, the building right next to us is non-residential and is already being used for smoking from people in the area, and is a great place for cabs and trucks and cars to pull up.
All right, Michelle, that's a minute.
Okay.
Thank you. JJC?
Hello, my name is JJ Condon. I'm currently the head bartender and beverage director for Big Deal. I have spent about 14 years in hospitality, 12 of them as a bartender in some form of capacity. I've run several bar programs, and I spent a lot of time growing up on West 16th. My grandparents lived at 128th. I'm here to talk to you because I just want to say that this is a unique type of bar. It's going to be quiet and it's going to be intimate on the top. It's not going to be Double Down. It's not going to be Billy Marks. And I know there's gaming. It's not going to be barcade. It's very much more an intimate type of thing. So think something like Subject or Rain's Law Room on the up top. And then we also have considered the idea of zero proof cocktails or low proof cocktails. It's not about getting drunk. It's about having experience. It's about strangers becoming friends, that type of place. And you can't really do that if you're knocking back vodka sodas, which isn't the point of this place at all. The point is the experience, the novelty of it.
Thanks.
And,
that's a
yeah.
minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tawana?
This is Bruce. I'm Tawana's husband.
Okay, Bruce.
I
Got a minute. Go.
I live at 212 West 18th, but our apartment is on the north side, south side of the building. We live literally right next door to this building. I absolutely oppose granting a license. Absolutely oppose having this establishment open. We've used the term mixed use throughout this evening. There's a big difference between mixed use in 135 West 18th and in the 200 block of 17th. The noise, the sanitation risk, my quality of life is at risk. I agree that there's been inconsistency in the information presented about this establishment and would welcome the opportunity to dig deeper into the true facts that represent in actuality what will take place at this location as proposed by the applicant. I strongly encourage the committee to represent the interest of residents whose quality of life is at risk.
Okay. Thanks, Bruce. Nellie, next three.
Next three are Joseph Kelly, Ronald, and Laura.
Okay,
Hi
Joseph?
there. I'm Jess Kelly. I'm Joseph's wife. We live at 246 West 17th Street. And to echo some of the folks who have talked earlier, I am very concerned about this establishment coming onto our block. My primary concerns resonate around noise and also community. We have two young children under the age of 2 who sleep on 17th Street, and I'll let my husband address the noise, but the stranger factor that JJ addressed is very disconcerting to me, being a mother with young children on the block.
And a comment was made earlier about reverberation. We agree with that. Anyone who knows the block knows that there's a wall of 6-story high buildings on the north side. I noted this in an email to some of you. It's a giant reflector of sound, and anything on that block said, particularly at night when there's no ambient noise, carries up and down, and it's really disruptive and distracting. And people are going to come to holiday parties if Wendy succeeds and has a great time, and they're going to come out and they're going to make a lot of noise, and it's going to be really disruptive. So we both oppose this motion. We wish Wendy great success, but there are plenty of better spaces in Chelsea along avenues for this type of business. Thank you very much.
Thanks, both of you. Ronald? You're muted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, let's start
Yeah.
again. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hi, my name is Ronnie Graham. I've been working with Wendy and Big Deal for about 5 years. I've worked as both a recruiter and an instructor, I guess, within the event space. And one of the things that I'm able to share is that a lot of the experience I've had with the community and just training people, and also for opportunities and advancement, it's something that I'm very prideful of, and it's also rewarding. And I think this is actually, and it can be a really great thing if given a chance. So that's my piece.
Thank you.
Mhm.
40 seconds too. Laura?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Perino. I live at 237 West 15th Street. I met Wendy in part of her community outreach, where she was very forthcoming about exactly what the establishment was going to be. And something that I would like to particularly address is the clientele that attends these casino nights. It's very highbrow. I've been to a number of these events, corporate events. You know, you're being hosted by JP Morgan Chase. This is not a riffraff establishment. I'm fully in support if that was unclear. It is the kind of clientele that we want to bring to the neighborhood. It is going to have extremely positive economic impact. It's going to help our restaurants, and just the general neighborhood is going to benefit from having a very highbrow, high-class establishment, which is what Wendy is trying to bring to the block. Thank you.
Thank you. Nellie, next ones.
Next, I have Kate, Trisha, and Natasha.
Okay, Kate.
Yes, my name is Kate Linker. I have lived at 227 West 17th Street, immediately adjacent to the property in question, for 35 years. I am the mother of 2 children, the grandmother of a 4-week-old child whom I would very much like to have visit me. I want to reiterate that what has been said by the residents on this block and the residents of the building in question are what counts here. They are the people who will bear the consequences of this. They also are the people who will have to deal with the fact that in agreeing to put a liquor license at this location, that will be grandfathered. There has never been a liquor license accorded to this street in the 35 years that I have lived here, for a very good reason. We want to oppose that. We ask that you deny this without stipulations as grossly inappropriate to our setting. I would also add that for all of the statements that have been made about misrepresentation, Wendy Rubin's websites, her Facebook page, and many, many other online and print sources give you ample idea of what she intends. She does very well
Thanks,
with it,
Kate.
but it is not for our block. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trisha?
Yep, I'm Trisha Yarger, a resident of the building, 225 West 17th. Me, my family, which includes a 1-year-old child, and our entire building, all units in the building are opposed to this. It's not the appropriate space for a small, quiet residential building and block. I met with Wendy twice to hear her out. I listened to her, and I still oppose, mostly honestly because none of the concerns that I've raised with Wendy directly have been addressed at all. And it's really disappointing to me and makes me really nervous about what will happen if she's allowed into this space. Will we be listened to at all going forward? The hours of the coffee shop mentioned on 25th and 9th are 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I also referenced Bluestone Lane to Wendy, another coffee shop that closes in the early evening. Why does a quiet neighborhood coffee bar need to be open until midnight to 3 a.m.? It's not going to be a coffee bar, it's going to be a bar. Our other concerns, as mentioned, are capacity, crowds, traffic issues, noise, outdoor seating, smoking, just going straight into units where children sleep. The outdoor seating is just the noise, again, where children sleep. There's never been a bar on this block. We don't need to start now.
Thank you.
Okay, we ask
Yeah,
you
we
to
heard
deny
you.
this.
Yeah, Natasha?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm a resident of 324 West 17th Street, and I've lived here over 40 years. And I'm in complete support of Wendy. This sounds like an amazing idea for this community. I think it'll be super fun for adults like myself to get out and do this. I actually visited one of her events a couple of weeks ago for the first time and was completely just completely had a wonderful time learning about gambling. And it was maybe 25 people there and had a really wonderful experience and met a lot of new people. I think it'll be really wonderful for people in this community that are my age to be able to go and visit this venue.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Nellie, next.
Next, I have Jennifer, Stephen, and Robin.
Okay, Jennifer.
This is Jennifer Weiss. I live at 257 West 17th Street. I think the late hours and a bar is the wrong spot for this kind of thing. It's a quiet street. It's a narrow street, and having a narrow sidewalk with outdoor seating is just wrong for the neighborhood. I have kids as well, not little babies, but middle schoolers who would walk by there every single day, twice a day. Coffee shop is one thing, a bar is a different story.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you. My wife and I are here, Pat Baxter. We're residents and property owners at 246 West 17th Street. I'd like to note that our building has 30 some odd units. 24 people in our building have signed a petition opposed to this project, including us. There are two things I'd like to say that are dittos. The first is that it's nice to hear about the 41 bookings over the past year and the track record. Clearly, an investment in a property like this is about growth. And so it's got to be about 100, 200, or 300 events in the course of the year to make this pencil out. The other is that there are plenty of spaces on 7th and 8th Avenues that would be perfect for this kind of business. And Wendy, we would suggest that you take a look at many of the places just around the block. And the last thing I'd like to note is that with respect to the previous applicant, Frank, as co-chair, I believe I might be paraphrasing, but I think you noted to one of the speakers that, well, you knew the block that you moved into. Well, we all knew the block that we moved into was a quiet residential block, a block that did not have bars, lounge, street activity of that sort.
Thanks, Stephen. That's 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Robin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Robin Selvich. I live at 228 West 17th Street for 52 years. One of my questions is gambling in casinos were in the future to become legalized. Would you remain a play casino at that time? And if not, what guarantee would you have for that? The other thing is there's never been any mention of any beautification that you intend of trees or whatever. My other concern is if there were to be a curbside venue, this is a through street from the East River to the Hudson. There's trucks, Verizon is next door. And how would you accommodate if you have a street curbside, all this traffic? I wish you the best. I'm opposed to the block.
Okay, thanks. That's a minute. Next, Nellie.
Next is Eric, Jim, and Joe.
Eric?
Yes, hi, I am Eric Steele. I'm the president of the board of 227 West 17th Street, which is the building directly adjacent to the site the applicant is looking to move into. I can say that I speak unanimously for all of the residents. We are a mixed building of commercial and residential, and we all oppose this for the reasons that people have cited before. There's never been a liquor license for any business on this block, and it will completely change and forever change the landscape of the street we live in. Thank you.
Thanks. Jim?
Good evening. I live at 214 West 17th Street, 40-year resident. My wife and I and the rest of the building are all vehemently opposed to this idea. I think it gets to Bert's question of land use. It's a very admirable business and business plan, and she's an exciting woman. but there is so much space available on 8th Avenue, 7th Avenue that the board could do them a favor by helping them find an appropriate place. We're concerned about the traffic. We are concerned very much in terms of the volume of people who essentially will be unsupervised coming and going. And we are concerned about the fact that whereas she's been building a business, if you count the volume that she projects on a 365-day-a-year basis, it gets to be really onerous for a residential quiet block.
Okay, thanks. That's exactly a minute. Joe?
Hi, I've lived for 25 years on this block at 270 West 17th Street. I'm a professional nonprofit fundraiser who has produced hundreds of charity events over 30 years. Although this is being painted as a quiet, low-profile event space, I can assure you there is nothing low-profile and quiet about typical charity events, and they are rarely limited to the four walls of the event space. We keep hearing that this space wants to invite, quote, lots of people, quote, to gather. That's exactly what we on this block don't want. Lastly, as a resident of 270, I can assure you that nothing Wendy said about 270 was true. I vehemently oppose this application, as do most of the people in my building who live on this block, not adjacent blocks, not down the block, not in another neighborhood, but on this block. Thank you.
Thanks. Nellie, what's next?
Okay, next I have Sangeeta, Mohammed, and Peter.
Okay, Sangeeta.
I don't see her.
Okay.
I don't, she must, they must
Okay.
have left.
Peter, why don't you go ahead? Maybe we'll get her later.
Sure. Hi. Hi, everybody. My name is Peter Draculius. I am the president of the condominium board at the Vesta 17, 201 West 17th Street on the corner of 7th Avenue. I first want to establish that I am a pro-business minded individual, and I mean zero disrespect to you, Wendy, and particularly to your parents who you said are listening tonight. I want to take Bert's advice and look at it from the macro level of the appropriateness of the land use and stress that there is no business that's open past 5 o'clock, that 40 people on the street, sidewalk street, not in the basement, not upstairs, until 2 a.m. is not appropriate. In terms of the community mindedness, I will say that, Wendy, I did not see the flyer that you referenced earlier until I went into the application, but I also did not see your flyers that you put up. We're on the corner of 17th and 7th. I noted in the application, you put flyers on 7th Avenue and 14th Street, 15th Street, 16th Street, skipped 17th Street, and went on to 18 and 19. And I just wonder what's behind that as well.
Okay, that's more than 60 seconds. Thank you.
Well, just to say, in fairness, we are the closest residential building to the space, I believe. And as somebody said earlier, I think it was Elizabeth Benjamin, it would be great if this petition goes past this meeting to really give it its own due with a separate meeting. Thank you so much.
Mohammed?
Hi, thank you everyone for your time, and thank you for staying late with us. My name is Mohammed Kubaj. I represent the board of 246 West 17th Street, 33 units and approximately 65 residents who are unanimously opposed to this project. I want to mention that it's good to hear support from some people on this call. However, none of them or most of them do not live on this block or work there. We have no support from our building, a diverse building, and at the same time, I want to point out that some of the measures, they say 40 people, 9:30 to 10:30 closed, private events. Those are the lower bound of what we can experience, not the upper bound. They talk about security, but the security is for private events, not public events. We talk about track record, but seem to skip out the Wendy's Club, which is part of track record. We talk about traffic. We talk about safety. Both of these things are going to become an issue. And to mention one of her workers, we invite at our place, a place where strangers become friends. myself, my building, my family, and our children don't need to be making friends with any strangers. Thank you.
Thank you. That's 30 seconds. I think Gita is back.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you.
Hi.
I live at 246 West 17th as well, and I would like to say I'm strongly opposed to this. I didn't see any flyers, but I've heard everything I need to hear tonight, and this is not the block for this. Like everyone else said, there's plenty of other space available for a business like this. I +1 to all of the quality of life concerns. But as a new owner in this building, I'm also concerned about the resale value of my property. I pay a significant amount in property taxes, and I don't pay it to live on a street that isn't residential. I chose the street for a reason. I wish Wendy all the best. I come from a long line of entrepreneurs. I appreciate the hustle, but what I haven't heard tonight from her is clarification to many of our questions. I've heard a lot of contradictions. I don't want to spend all of our time going through them. However, I encourage us to have a dedicated time to clarify all of that should this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next three, Wendy. So Nellie.
Okay, the next three, I have Radha. I have a caller with the last digits 993 and a Michael Shaw. Michael Shaw and the caller, I cannot move over. I do not know why, but I will give them permission to speak from the attendee list.
Okay, I don't see anyone on the screen, any three of them here though. You want to just put them all through?
No. Radha is
Oh, yeah, there. Sorry, yeah. Okay, we'll start with him. Radha, sorry, didn't see you.
This is Nikhil Lala and my wife behind me, Dr. Radha Kapoor. We are opposed to this petition.
Where do you live?
We live in 225 West 17th, along with Jill and Julia and others that have spoken. And we are also opposed. We came to this block, researched a lot to find a block that allowed us to start our family. We're newlyweds, and it was honestly just about a quiet block with the sense of community, which we have now with a lot of peace. And this would be a deterrent for us to want to start a family here. Also, I happen to be a partner in one of the companies that Wendy had cited that she has done events with. And I, as a partner, get a lot of escalations for a lot of our events, and they're not fun to deal with because there is a lot of rowdiness and things that happen with alcohol, whereas we've had to actually limit the amount of alcohol that we serve at a lot of our events. But just want to state that we are opposed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Michael? You're muted, Michael.
I'm the sponsor of 221 West 17th Street, and we've heard a little bit about a lawsuit. I simply wanted to say here that lawsuit is going to get adjudicated in court about what the condominium operative documents say. I don't think it's the purview of the community board without any evidence or documents to really base a decision on that. I've reviewed the documents. I think Wendy's use is a permitted use under the condominium documents, and I think she should be afforded every opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Nellie, did you have a third person in this group?
Yes, it's a caller. I can't move them over because they're a caller. I can give them permission to speak.
Okay, let's do that.
Caller with the last digits 993.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, hi, my name is Robert. I'm Robert Vallon. I am a resident, 22-year resident at 228 West 17th Street. I wish Wendy the best of luck, but when I did speak to her, I was concerned about the Uber traffic that her events might cause. And when I hear that JP Morgan is going to be having events there, it's not going to be just a few people. It's going to be a lot of people because it's JP Morgan. And when we did speak in the street, she said no one would never ever get intoxicated at her event, which I find questionable. So my question to Wendy is, how do you control something like that? And what guarantees will you have to back this up? She also said that Ubers would be able to pick people up at the Verizon building, which is closer to 7th Avenue, not causing any issues for the people on the rest of 17th Street, which I also find questionable. So how does that help the block situation for the entire block?
Okay. Thank you. Ellie, next three.
Next three are David, Jeff, and Jill.
David?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm a resident of 246 West 17th. I share the concerns about the noise and impact on children, and I'm opposed for those reasons, but I wanted to make some other observations quickly. Wendy, and I really appreciate what she's trying to do, but she says she's doing a community project, but it's not for this community. It's going to be people coming in from other places into this block. So it's not just this community. I'm not impressed by the people who work for her telling us how great it will be. They're hardly going to oppose anything. I hate to see all the parking spots disappear because there are going to be all these people who come and parking. The people who live here trying to park in the evening's going to have a problem. It's already hard. It's already a problem. I wonder how many of the residents who supported it were actually owners, but not renters, because renters aren't going to care as much as people who own. So I'd be interested to see those numbers. I also am bothered by the logic. If you're doing events for charity, that doesn't imply that the location should be acceptable. So I'm just making those observations.
Thanks, David.
Make sense to me.
That's 60 seconds. Thank you. Jeff? You're muted, Jeff. Jeff?
Unmute, Jeff.
Let's go to Jill first. Jill, can you unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
I've looked at what Wendy's proposed for her venue, and it sounds very exciting and really wonderful for the area.
Where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live, Jill?
On 7th and 14th Street.
Okay.
So, you know, I am part of Chelsea, and I would look forward to being able to go to a place like this that, you know, supports women and helps charities. I just think it's a really nice place.
Okay.
And a great idea.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeff,
Jeff?
you with us now?
Yeah, I'm unmuted now.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, I also live at 64 7th Avenue. It's between 14th and 15th. I've known Wendy for several years. I've looked at what she's proposing, and I think it'd be great for the neighborhood. We've had tons of businesses closed down in this area. There are a lot of restaurants and, you know, places where you could get together to meet with people that have closed because of COVID. I think this would be a great place for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next three, Nellie.
Next three, I have Daniel, Indira, and Tech.
Okay, Daniel.
Hey everyone, how are you? I've known Wendy a while. She's hired me to work on the soundproofing for the. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. She hired me to work on the soundproofing. I was just going to give you a quick overview. On the basement space, there would be a rack built 3 inches below the ceiling. Above the ceiling, there's a deck. 3 inches is concrete and a decking below it. And it'd be 3 inches of air and then 3 inches of mineral wool insulation. And then that whole thing would be covered with double sheetrock. And then a similar thing in the front. It wouldn't need quite as much in the front, but you're not going to hear anything. And she just asked me to speak to it. So
okay, thank you. Indira.
Hi, I'm Indira. I've worked with Wendy since 2016 at Big Deal. I am the event coordinator and manager of the space. I deal mostly with the clients, setting up the events, making sure all the details are taken care of. I'm also there the whole night to make sure everything goes smoothly, which includes also getting people in and out of the space. I could speak to the fact that large numbers of people don't leave the space all at once. It is a slow trickle out the door. And I am a present manager. I'm there all the time and can speak to any concerns people have about the space. We really do care about where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tech.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being up so late. My name is Ted Wong. I live at 246 West 17th, and like many of my neighbors before me, I echo their words. Some of you may recognize me as the dad of a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. I'm the one chasing them up and down the block the whole time as they run away from me. And one of the things that got me concerned when I read through Wendy's application and the website is it's also the kind of things that potential criminal elements may get enticed to check out, right? And it's clear across the whole of Manhattan, there's been increased criminal activity. And sad to say, only 4 months ago, there was a shooting and a killing right, at the Dream Hotel, which is only 2 blocks away from where we are. So as much as I admire Wendy and her entrepreneurial efforts, I don't want the probability of a potential shooting on our block because someone's interested in checking out an establishment or to rob it, right? Because there are big events going on there. So that's my piece.
Thank you. Wendy, next 3 people.
The next.
I'm sorry,
people-
Nellie, sorry.
It's okay. The next 3 are, I'm sorry if I say the name wrong, Enno, Nathaniel, and Daniel Brand.
Hello, I'm Enno de Boer, and this is my wife, Hannah. We're residents of 225 West, and we oppose this. We just moved into the building 4 weeks ago. We just bought the place. It was represented us as a place that is quiet and good for our family. We have a daughter, 6 years, and we have another child coming. And we're just shocked because in our bylaws, it said very clearly there's no use of clubs or bars. The place and the block was represented to us as something that would be quiet and good for our family. And with that, we're fully denying this and hope this will be denied by you. We're very impressed by the neighborhood, by the way, of how it's sticking together and is making sure that this neighborhood stays as it is. Hannah, do you want to say something?
No, I just want to reiterate that there are 5 families, there are 8 children in the building. We are unanimously opposed to this, and I have a one business too. I hope, Wendy, all the best, but I really think the business should be in a more appropriate street and neighborhood.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Nathaniel?
Yeah, one thing that I'm a resident of 226 right across the street. One thing that hasn't really been touched on is, this has been a really difficult 18 months for all of us here. Nobody wants to be up at, 10 o'clock, talking about this, but this is a completely inappropriate, establishment for such a quiet block, such a quiet neighborhood. Completely inappropriate. Residents across the street are just totally opposed to this. And there are plenty of other locations you could go, Miss Rubin, but this is not an appropriate place for this.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, thanks, everybody. I'm also a resident 225 West 17th Street with my wife and 2 children. We are vehemently opposed to the application here. We wish Wendy and Big Deal NYC all the success in the world. Unfortunately, her definition of success is abject failure for our block. It means 150 some odd people coming out multiple days a week, if not 7 days a week, leaving the premises at 2 to 3 a.m. And that, unfortunately, is something that no one believes is acceptable for this block and for this neighborhood. And I don't think that we should be setting Wendy up for failure if her success is the failure of everyone else when there are so many other locations available in New York City. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Melody, next 3.
Next 3 are Hannah, Joel, and Jennifer.
Okay, Hannah? Is Hannah here?
I don't see Hannah.
Okay. Joel?
Hi, everyone. My name is Joel Simkai. I'm on 225 West 17th Street. Wendy actually referenced me. I am the founder of Grindr. Unfortunately, I'm not in support of this for Wendy. You seem like a great person, and your team seemed fantastic, and it seems like a great business, but it's just not appropriate for this block. I just looked outside right now from my balcony. I couldn't even see one person walking the block. It's 10 o'clock. We like our quiet. This is why we all chose to to live here. And we'd like to keep it that way. There's 7th Avenue and 8th Avenue, 9th Avenue. I'd love for you to go there. There's probably a lot of spots that could accommodate you, or people are used to this type of thing. And the other thing that I don't think that anyone's really mentioned is the property values here. Certainly don't want the property values to go down. And it's pretty clear to me that I don't think we've heard of one person on the actual block who's in support. The only people who are in support are people who are related or have some sort of connection to Wendy, or are on a different block. So
thanks, Joe.
But I'd hope the committee keeps that in mind.
Okay. Jennifer?
Good evening. Jennifer Racine from Caswood Spence and Torres, and I represent several of the residents of 225 West 17th Street who you've heard from tonight. As has been referenced during this call, there has been a lawsuit filed because this use, as expressed and articulated by Ms. Rubin tonight, is at odds with the condominium documents that are approved by the AG. What they specifically state, and these are the bylaws which control in this instance, that the commercial unit may not be used, Romanet 4, as a club or bar unless such use is incidental to restaurant use. As Ms. Rubin has clearly articulated, this is not going to be a restaurant use. And so under the plain language of the documents, this is simply not a permitted use under the condominium documents. Contrary to what Mr. Shaw says, it's very much in this board's interest to not allow a license to issue before a determination has been made by the court. The court will declare, as we've said, what the permitted use is, and it is against the public interest to issue a permit when that question has yet to be decided.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. That's 60 seconds. Nellie, I don't see Hannah yet, so who are the next three?
Next I have Rick, Sabina, and Ranny.
Hey, Rick.
So my name is Rick Plesko. I'm a resident of 225 West 17th. We moved into the building 2 years ago. We moved into the building and the neighborhood because it was a quiet street, residential and day business only. Previously, we lived on University Place and did not have a good experience at all with our children walking down that area at night. As you know, for those of you who know that area, it's heavily traffic restaurants, event spaces, and it was incredibly unpleasant. So 2 years ago, we looked for, 3 years ago, spent about a year looking for the absolute right block for us to live on, found West 17th Street, found the building, loved it, moved in. We don't think Wendy's type of business is appropriate for this street. We'd like to keep it as it is, a quiet residential day business block. We wish Wendy all the best as a fellow entrepreneur in her business, but don't think it's appropriate for our street.
Okay. Thanks, Rick. Sabina, sorry.
Hi, I'm Sabina. I live at 225 West 17th. I'm actually neighbors with Matt and Julia Himmler. So I live on Unit 2B, and I'm strongly opposed for this establishment. I don't believe that it will hold truth for what it is. Plus, it also is a risk to my quality of life. I actually live right on the other side, so I don't face the street. I face the inside of the of the block. But one of the things that Wendy had mentioned is that there's no one living above there. There's actually 2 units living, 2 units that actually are on that second floor, not one, just to clarify. And I face the other side. So my unit faces 18th Street. So I just want to be very clear on that. And, just with all the noise, too many inconsistencies with, the application. Plus, there's also a security risk. We actually have a door that, connects to our building. And that's also something that I think anyone can accidentally get into when we don't have the doorman present at times.
Okay, thank you. Rani?
Hi, I'm Rainey Yang. I live on 225 West 17th Street in the building above the establishment. I face the street in 5A, and I've lived in Chelsea for 10 years. I first lived on 20th Street where there were no bars and restaurants and it was a quiet neighborhood, and spent a lot of time finding 17th Street for the exact reason. It's a family-oriented neighborhood, and I just am in extreme opposition to having this open on the ground floor. There's so much unpredictability that happens when you have a clientele with alcohol and noise, et cetera, that would be extremely disruptive to our apartment building that's filled with children. I have nieces age 8 and 10 that come stay with me regularly, and this is just going to be extremely disruptive for our quality of life. I mean, I wish Wendy the best and success, but this is just not the place for the establishment, and I hope that the board will listen to the residents. Thank you.
Nellie, next three.
Next, I have Carol, Eric, and Joanne.
Okay, Carol.
Hi, this is Carol Kursig. I live at 214 West 17th Street, and I've lived there for over 40 years. I just want to echo what everyone else has said in opposing this very inappropriate business on a very quiet residential street, the reason we're all there. I just want to mention a couple of things that hasn't been mentioned before. Wendy said that, perhaps she'd have up to maybe 40 or 50 private events a year. That leaves 300 other nights a year to have what she calls public events, where anyone from the public can just go and attend one of these casino evenings, which I think could create a lot of traffic since her capacity is up to almost 200 people. Parking for those kinds of things will be ridiculous on a block where on any given night, we will have 6 to a dozen Verizon trucks and post office trucks already parked on the street, which creates a tremendous parking problem. It's also a very narrow street, and I'm not really sure how she's going to accommodate not only a sidewalk cafe for 20 people, but a roadway cafe. And I hope that doesn't mean one of those actual restaurant sheds on the street, because there's absolutely no room.
Thanks, Carol. That's a minute. Eric?
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Eric Menkes. I live at 246 West 17th Street. I am president of the condominium board here. I have lived on this block for 12 years, 13 years actually, since my building was first made residential. I want to reiterate what a number of people have said, which is that this is a residential block. It has always been a quiet block. And has already been pointed out, all of the people that live on this block that are speaking up are opposed. There's no dissent in that regard, and that the people who are speaking in favor of this are people who are directly or indirectly getting paid through Wendy and her business. Look, there are some uses that are appropriate and there are some that aren't, and I'm a commercial real estate lawyer. I'm very sensitive to what is good for the business community. This is not appropriate for this block. It is very much a family block. Our building has 31 apartments, and in our building, there are 6 children plus 2 pregnant moms to be. That's just indicative of what goes on in this block.
That's a minute, Eric. Thank you.
I appreciate very much. Thank you.
Okay, Joanne.
Hi, I'm Joanne. I'm a tax-paying owner of the Unit 1B at 214 West 17th Street. So I'll be directly across and I'm on the ground floor. I strongly oppose this business going into and I'm just reiterating what everybody else is saying. It's a quiet street. We love our neighborhood. We don't want anything open till 3 a.m. and that the people who have been pro Wendy, as we all are, just not here. There's a lot of opportunities on 7th and 8th Avenues. Looks like she wants to be like the McKittrick, the Speakeasy Magic, and the Rains Room, and those are great. But again, we just adamantly oppose it and do not want this on our block. Thank you so much for listening to the residents and not the people who don't live in this neighborhood who are being pro for this business. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Nellie, how many people still have their hands up?
I have Brian, Ron, Nicole, and 3.
So we're getting done.
You were almost done, yes.
Okay, yeah. Brian, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Brian Sack. I live at 201 West 17th. I've been there for 20 years. I'm from a restaurant family. I am very sympathetic to people trying to start a restaurant or a bar. And it kills me to say this, but I'm against it. I don't think it belongs on this block. It's a residential block, and that's one of the things that brought us to there. I'm out.
Thank you. Appreciate the brevity. Ron?
Ron Weiss, 257 West 17th Street. I'm also opposed. Aside from everything that everybody else has mentioned, my wife and my children walk our dog to face extra strangers every night when they walk the dog, and also we have many neighborhood dogs do the same thing. To face new strangers every day on your block is just an added risk that I think isn't really necessary. If there's regular traffic, that's fine, but unfortunately we're opposed to it.
Thank you. Nicole?
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole Vachon. I am a resident of 225 West 17th Street, the building where the proposed establishment will be. I live right above the building. I echo the concerns of my fellow residents, both in the building and in the block. We vehemently oppose Big Deal's application for a liquor license, as well as the business generally in this quiet residential block for reasons that's already been stated over and over again, including the various quality of life issues and the questionable use of the space that has still yet to be adjudicated by the court. I implore the committee to please, please, please listen to our concerns, consider our concerns. And I stand together with every single resident in my building in opposition to this application and this establishment. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Joanne? Joanne, you want to unmute? Joanne Kruger? We'll come back to you. How about Matt? You want to talk?
Yeah, so hey everyone, Matt Himmler, 225 West 17th, apartment 2A. I live directly above the establishment that Wendy wants to open. And I applaud Wendy for being tenacious and really sort of push her project forward. My wife kicked off the night talking about our 18-month-old daughter living literally 10 feet above outdoor dining, potential smokers, people leaving the premise under the influence of alcohol. I want to end the night making it very clear that every single resident in 225 West 17th, every single one is part of that lawsuit, number one. Number two is opposed to Wendy coming into our space. And so I think when we started this conversation, one of the councilmen asked if every resident was opposed, and the answer is resoundingly yes. And so I really appreciate everyone for their time this evening, and we hope that you make the sound decision for our very quiet neighborhood where I've lived over 14 years.
Okay, thank you. Christopher Costello? Christopher, you want to?
You're muted.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
How you doing? So basically, I was one of the first people to join Wendy's vocational classes. I'm born and raised in the West Village. My daughter used to go to school at Lab on 17th Street. And also considering that there is already the cafeteria on the corner of 7th Avenue and 17th that I think people are avoiding from taking notice to. This neighborhood already is growing, and we are tending to bring more of the inner community, the people that actually live there together by doing this. This is more like of a quiet, more higher upscale type of ideal. The concept is new and would also bring investors to the neighborhood to maybe even purchase in the location on that block to live. This is something you walk outside, you get coffee in the morning from your neighborhood location. This is more community-based ideal and not really bringing in the idea from people from other boroughs. Maybe it's possible of a friend of a neighbor, and guaranteed possibly they're gonna walk out the door one day and maybe get coffee from Wendy. This isn't something that's too far-fetched from a realistic idea.
Thanks, Christopher. Gwen McHugh.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Right. I live at 220 West 17th on the second floor, right across the street from this establishment. I echo everything that the residents have said in opposition to this business. I think it's really fascinating concept, and I would like to attend it as well, as somebody mentioned, but not on this block. It took me 7 months to find this apartment. I also run my business there. So does my husband. We chose this apartment specifically for that reason. And that's, we lived on Delancey Street before. We knew we were moving it to that. No problem, no complaint. When we moved to 17th Street, the point was to have a quiet block. And we have 15 coffee shops within a quarter mile: the Commons, Birch, Yanni's, Grumpy's, Terremoto. I could go on, look them up. We don't need coffee shops. What we need is peace and quiet. Thank you.
Okay. Nellie, do we have anybody new who hasn't spoken?
We have Bill Borak.
Well, Bill already
Cynthia.
spoke. Bill spoke.
But I had a question.
Okay.
You can
About Wednesday's Club, we'll get to that at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else, Nellie?
Yes, I have a Cynthia and a Jeffrey. I just need to move them over.
These are the last two?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Cynthia, you can unmute and speak.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I just would like to add that I 100% oppose.
Where do you live, Cynthia? Where do you live?
214 West 17th Street, directly across the street.
Okay, thank you.
We are completely opposed, but, and may I add that everyone's mentioned young children. As a person who's lived here over 40 years who is elderly, it is also a problem, noise for older people. So, but I'm being serious, that the likelihood of noise and problems created on the block that we've never ever had in over 40 years is truly troubling, and not being able, you know, the likelihood that we won't be able to sleep and dealing with policing and noise and traffic and garbage and pickup is just unacceptable on our wonderful, beautiful, peaceful residential block. So please do not permit this. Thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia. Jeffrey? Jeffrey?
You need to unmute, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, can you unmute? I guess he's gone now. Donald and Wendy, can you answer this question we got about this Wendy's Club, which I don't know much more about because I hadn't heard about it before right now. Is that something you've heard of or are you connected to it?
I'm not sure Bill, what are you talking about? Oh, there's Jeffrey. We got Jeffrey back. But Bill,
okay, let's deal with this. Jeffrey, we'll get back to you in a second. Bill, can you unmute and tell us what this Wendy's Club is?
I'm sorry, like people think that, you know, I'm not associated with Wendy's hamburgers either.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, Bill, can you unmute? Can you tell us where it is or what it is?
It was like that 30, it was Midtown, right in the same neighborhood where she was before. It's the years before she came to the term place, and there was a lot of trouble. There were arrests there. People were gambling. They're not supposed to be gambling. So the arrests were for people.
Okay, Bill, just stop. So what was the name of it? It was called Wendy's Club?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Wendy, were you associated with Wendy's Club?
I was not.
Okay.
Simple answer. Thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey, you can unmute now.
Almost. You got it, Jeffrey. Unmute. You got it.
Bottom left. All right.
Now you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Take us home
Good. I
here.
live on the block. I'm a busy surgeon and I object to the term elderly, but I'm 72 and I didn't want to live in a suburb. I live in New York City and I live in Chelsea and it's full of restaurants and clubs. And I don't understand why people think they want to live in a suburb when they live in New York. I understand noise issues. Noise issues are complainable to the precinct. I've had precinct issues in other neighborhoods and the precinct took care of it. I work early and long and I wouldn't want to be kept awake. So I don't feel that this is that kind of an institution. I've seen many, many, many kinds of institutions in 35 years in New York City come and go, and this doesn't seem like a threat to a neighborhood like we have. So I think, you know, people that really want to live in a suburb should live in a suburb, but I don't expect that this is going to be a problem for children or people, you know, children are problems to your neighbors, by the way, you know, come on, get over it.
So you're in support, Jeffrey, right?
Uh-huh.
You're
Yeah.
in support. Okay.
Yes, I am, very much so. I think that, obstruction of people willing to put their money into neighborhoods and pay people to work in it, who are the people that for equity and all that inclusion are going to be the people working there. And if you want to help people in New York City, you support small businesses like this to give people the work that they need. So if
Thank
it's
you.
closing down the businesses,
Thank you very much. Where do you live?
I live at 270 West 17th.
Okay.
And I wake up
Thank you very
early.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Back to the board discussion, Bert.
Well, before, if I can just make a few quick points, and then I'll turn it over to Wendy to add what she feels is appropriate. Because we heard a lot about perceived problems that would be created on the block, that it's a quiet street, and we've heard a lot about children. So I'm thinking, well, what's the issue with that? There are families with children all over the city. I raised my kids in Manhattan in an area that had a lot of bars. They turned out pretty good. So are children going to be bothered by what's going on inside? And the answer is clearly no. No 6-month-old or 2-year-old is coming down into the area in the cellar. Nobody's going to be exposed to that. They're not going to hear any noise related to that. It's not going to be a problem what's going on inside at all to not only the children, but the residents of the building. So then what's the issue? So then the question is, are they going to be bothered by what's going on outside? And we can't ignore the fact that Wendy has a track record here. We're not writing on a clean slate. She's not a novice. She's not doing this for the first time. And I have to repeat that after 4 years on 28th Street, she got not a single 311 complaint, a letter from Community Board 5 saying that they've had no problems and no complaints, no SLA violations, no police summonses, no noise violations. If this was really such a problem and was going to put strangers and crime and noise and obstruction on the block, after 4 years of operation, of the same kind of operation, you would know. But to the contrary, we have a clean slate. So someone said something about unpredictability, just the opposite. We have not only predictability, we have information and we have a track record. And I think that that's really critical. We come with applications and we're told, well, there are too many places on the block, don't go there. Now we come to a place that only has 4 licenses within 500 feet. It is zoned for commercial use. The use group on the C of O or TCO that will be issued will be use group 6, so that it is permitted by zoning and by the appropriate use group and approved by the Department of Buildings. And no block is immune from having commercial establishments. The key is an operator that's experienced, that is trustworthy, and an operation that will not have an unreasonable interference. And I'm almost done. I know it's late and I really appreciate everybody's patience. The prior chairman of the State Liquor Authority once made a very important and smart statement. He said, by living in New York, everybody has to suffer reasonably. They should not suffer unreasonably. And I thought that that was really a good way of putting the fact that those of us that live in the city, we have to deal with certain things, but it comes to a point where you shouldn't have to deal with it. The type of operation that Wendy's got here and the hours that she's got and the fact that the majority of the space is in the cellar are all matters that should not create an unreasonable interference. We're not looking for 4 a.m. We're not looking for a DJ. The occupancy is not huge. She's got security, all these measures she can take to ensure that people do not unreasonably suffer by being there. So I don't think it's an unfair fit for this block. I don't think we should say, well, because it's residential, that there should not be when it's expressly permitted. Someone said they can't imagine it making the place less safe. I mean, there's no history to indicate that at all. And those are my final points. And Wendy,
Do you want to talk for another 2 minutes or so? Wendy?
Me?
Only if you want to.
No, I just, so I bought my apartment on 160 East 3rd Street. I face the street on one side, which is a church, and now the fire department and ambulance comes every night at 4 a.m. and they back up and park in front of the church. When I bought this apartment, when I moved in here, there were no children. There are a ton of kids. My back is against the garden. There's kids screaming out there all the time. We live in Manhattan. This is what, we don't live in the suburbs, and this is what happens. And I honestly don't understand why, I don't understand why this block is so special that it can never have a bar. And we're a great place. We're a fantastic place. We're considerate. We care about the community.
Okay.
I don't understand why this block is never going to get a bar.
Thank you.
Wendy.
I just don't get it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And thank you all. It's been quite the night.
Thank you for sitting through all that.
And brutal.
Is there any other committee member that has a comment, a statement, an observation?
Carrie
see
has her hand.
Carrie,
Carrie has
you
her hand
have
up.
your hand up?
Yes, hi. I'm sure I'm still not going to get into the nitpicky stuff of the inconsistencies in the application itself, but I do have a question, and I feel embarrassed that I'm a member of Chelsea Land Use, so I should probably know this answer, and I will most definitely look up what zoned use group 6 means as soon as we hang up. But I'm not sure how we're having a conversation around this when we've heard that it is not permitted by the building to have a bar or club.
That's incorrect.
Wendy, please.
Still under litigation, so let's leave it alone.
Carrie, so just to answer a couple of these things.
Yeah.
A bunch of us are lawyers on this call, and there are always two sides to cases. We have heard and some of us have read the complaint. We've heard some inkling of what the other side is going to say. We just don't know the facts to decide. I mean, there's discovery, there's depositions, there's all sorts of stuff. We're just not in a position to decide that. It is a factor that is out there. We faced a similar situation with Gadfly where we asked the SLA to wait and they didn't. They basically said, the 500-foot hearing can go ahead. It's the litigation's on a separate track. And just to answer quickly about use group 6, the problem with use group 6 is it is supposed to be businesses that can coexist comfortably with residential areas. And it's a lot of small businesses, like shoe stores and dry cleaners and things. And unfortunately, it includes restaurants under, I think, 200 people. And we at the community board multiple times have tried to get the zoning changed so that restaurants are moved out of use group 6, because we just don't think on the side streets they are in the same category as use group 6. But the same thing that allows the small businesses on this block that close at 5 o'clock would allow a restaurant of a certain size. And I think this probably, by restaurant, I use the term loosely, a bar, lounge, restaurant.
Eating and drinking establishment.
Eating, thank you.
Okay.
It's been a long night.
Christine?
Christine, now you're muted.
Muted.
First of all, I have a question, Frank. So is it a 500-foot rule or not?
It is. There aren't any on this block, but there are more than 3 that have 500 feet.
So it looks to me like, when we had lengthy discussion a few years back about our guidelines, right? We all said, okay, on the avenue, 2 o'clock, maybe 4 o'clock from time to time, but on the side street, it would be a good idea to close earlier so that people can, really not suffer from the noise of patrons coming and leaving, etc. And at the time, we said should be kind of 11 o'clock, and we have done different things. We have done midnight, etc. for small restaurants. So it seems to me that first of all, there is clearly an issue with the building and what is supposed to be done with the building. And second, there is an issue generally with, I would not vote in favor of closing at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock on the side streets, even if the building and the conclusion on the building is that they can do it. I think the side street closing at 3 o'clock is really a big issue. And we learned that long time ago with One Oak, where in the middle of One Oak, we said, oh, okay, it's fine, it's going to be well managed. And then for years, the residents across the street and the residents of the project have been suffering of the chaos, which is at the exit of those restaurants, not restaurant, but clubs, more clubs. Yeah. So I think we've been there, been there, done that. And we have had so many discussions with people on side streets, which are where it's a real issue. And we recommend that there are so many space open on the avenues. And, my preference would say is like, first of all, we have the building that doesn't allow it. And then even if it allows it, 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock would be completely unacceptable. And then we could go into all the details of, the front, the back, the sidewalk, etc. But that would be where I come out of it. I mean, it's just, I can't imagine doing the 3 o'clock. And it's in the place which has never been licensed, which the head of the SLA has said clearly, these are the places where we have the most, we as a community have the most control, or you would be more inclined to not give a license. So I think we have 3 items why this is not a good place. As everybody said, I mean, Wendy sounds like a terrific person, but it's not. It's just not the right place. That I don't think it is.
Okay. Anyone else from the committee? Well, do we entertain anyone has a resolution? Twee, you're shaking your head. That's negative. You don't have a resolution.
I mean, there's a lot going on here. It's been a long night. I don't even know what we would be able to list as.
Well, neither Frank,
decision one way or the other.
Neither Frank nor I can make a resolution. That's the bylaws.
Well, I'll make a resolution. The resolution would be to deny the application based on first the fact that there seems to be a bylaws and a lawsuit about whether that space can be used for that purpose. Second, on the fact it has never been permitted, or licensed. And third, that certainly 3 o'clock seems like completely, inappropriate. This operation seems to be inappropriate for a side residential street.
I would have a problem time.
I'm sorry. We had changed 3 a.m. We indicated that any events downstairs would end by 1 a.m.
Okay, Inga, what are you going to say?
Yeah, even 1 a.m. I mean, on weekends, you just don't do that on a residential block. Right. You all know why I joined many years ago, because they were putting a restaurant with late hours on a street that was completely residential, and there were so many residents against it. It was a big meeting like this, and you just can't do that to people that live, sleep, and work above and around it. You just can't.
Donald, just to clarify, I thought you said 1 a.m. for private events, but 2 a.m. when open to the public. Is that still the case?
Yes. Wendy?
Okay.
Yeah. Is that?
We would take 1 a.m. We're fine.
All right.
and
okay.
you all.
All right. Wendy, I'm sorry. We have a motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
Someone second that, or I'll
I'm
take it.
seconding it.
No, I still want to say something in response to Inga's talking about the bylaws. I think Frank alluded to it a little bit, right? We do have that court case going on at the same time. By denying it, I think we're just sort of undercutting that court case and sort of backdooring a verdict for them. I think it's better if we wait to see what they say about this particular use before we can even make a decision.
They can go ahead.
The SLA won't let us wait.
We can't.
Just because it didn't win in Gadfly?
We
Well,
have a
yeah.
deadline. We can't wait.
We
Yeah.
can't. We have to do it. Otherwise, they just.
Well,
go
I think
ahead
we
and
could
have it.
word it. I mean, that's a good comment. We could word it in a very careful way and say, look, this is.
But I think the motion
Our resolution has nothing to do with the court case. The
Correct.
judge is not going to say, oh, BLP at Community Board 4 did this or that. And so
We're
that's
advisory.
my decision. That has
Yeah,
nothing
but
to do
but I
with
thought
the-
Inga's comment was, well, if the bylaws don't allow it, we should deny it. And that doesn't make sense.
No,
No.
what Christine.
No.
They would say, it's never been licensed, it's on a side street, it's heavily residential, there's
Right.
no other licensed establishment on this block.
And we had
those-
over 50 people, 50 residents come out.
Yeah, and
speak
the,
against
and
it.
the,
I mean, there's
and
something.
the adjoining
to say for a
buildings
community board.
unanimously.
Yeah, and the community is massively against it.
Yeah, I
And-
think that's very.
And by the
important.
way, we note at the PS that there is a lawsuit.
Yeah.
That the SLA should be taking that in account. I mean, we don't
I think that's
make a
it.
decision on that.
It's a subsidiary point at the end,
Yes.
by the
Yeah.
way it's happening.
Okay, so we have a resolution.
Second. I mean, if they're closing at 10 and
Second.
11, fine.
What's the resolution? Could someone say what it is, please? I'm sorry.
We're
Deny.
denying.
Just deny outright.
We're denying outright.
For those three reasons.
Mhm.
And we'll write, we haven't written one of these in a while, but it would be a substantive letter explaining all the reasons we're denying.
Right.
I mean, in the letter, are we going to go into details of everything else of the, the street? And no, we don't, right?
I think we stay on those three levels.
Okay.
It's never been licensed before. It's
Too late.
we feel it's an inappropriate use. And what was the third one?
The hours.
And the hours.
Yeah, well, the method of operation is unsuitable and it's virtually unanimously opposed by the people on the block.
Okay, that's language.
Quick question for clarification. If we don't go into the details and this gets approved, then do we not get the detailed nitty gritty stuff as well?
We don't get that anyway.
Sidewalk cafe plus
So that's,
open
that is,
restaurant plus
that,
canopy, plus lighting.
That is an issue, Carrie. And in the past, well, we don't usually do a complete denial. But
Yeah,
in the past,
and I've
when
never
we
seen that.
have- In the past, when we have, correct me, those with experience, we say, and if you're,
Right.
I won't, it's too late. I don't even want to say. it.
okay. So there are three
Frank,
possibilities.
Frank, can I just ask one question to see if we talked about hours and compromised on hours? Inga, you just made a comment about that. If we closed at midnight, 7 days.
Sorry, Donald. Donald, we have a resolution on the table. Carrie, there are three basic things we could do. What we do 90% of the time, because we agree with your concern, is that we'd rather get a compromise that maybe no one likes, but everyone can live with. The rare cases, we have something that seems so opposed and we have community members saying, no, we can't live with this in any way, shape, or form. It is just a use that does not belong here. And somewhere in the middle, you weaken that outright denial if you say, we think you should deny it, but if you disagree with us, here are the 6 things. And that is definitely weaker than an outright denial because it can be read as saying, well, they may not like it, but they can live with, if it's cut back this way. My personal view on this, from what I've heard from the community, is that they do not want this here in any form and would rather fight that. That you heard it all. We can all watch the video, but that was my take on what I was hearing. That they weren't going to be happy if it was at midnight. Maybe if it was midnight with a guarantee of no more than 30 people, who knows? But we're not going to get to that.
Not gonna be there. So
Yeah, so I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll
Deny completely with no backup.
No backup, right.
Okay.
I'll second.
we got a motion on the floor, and I would like to see who's in favor. Who's opposed?
I'm opposed.
Who is abstaining? Who is present, not eligible?
did we hear how Rob and Mike voted?
Did not hear
Mike?
Rob.
Rob is gone. Mike?
Mike.
Oh, Rob's here.
Well, Rob isn't saying anything. He's unmuted and Mike is muted.
Okay, so Rob's muted too. Rob and Mike, can you tell us how you're voting?
We might just see their face, but they might not have a body with it.
They may have fallen asleep.
Rob?
Nellie, what's the vote otherwise? 6-2?
I'm sorry, I'm still writing names down. Hold on one second.
Okay, so who's voting in favor of the motion deny? Raise your hand again so Nellie
Yes,
gets
please.
this right.
Frank. Bert. Okay, wait.
Rob and Mike, last chance.
No, wait, keep your hands up when Nellie gets this all done.
Yes,
Sorry.
please, keep your hands up. Peggy. Frank. Bert. Tina. Inga. Okay,
Okay, you have 8 people, right?
Got Carrie and Ted.
I have 8.
Okay. And then against,
Yeah.
against the motion,
Opposed.
opposed to the motion. Thank you.
2, Twee and Candace.
Okay,
What
and
happens with Rob and Mike then?
they're
Abstaining.
No,
No, they're
they're just
both-
not present because abstaining counts as a,
No,
They're
right.
not present.
they're just no longer present, I guess. One last call. Rob, Mike?
I don't know what happened. They left. They ghosted us.
Yeah. Okay. Just
Thank
to
you.
remind everybody, the full board will have to vote up for this on November 3rd. People can speak in the public session for 2 minutes. I guess I urge people on both sides of this issue to maybe get organized because the full board is not going to be happy with anybody, including this committee, if they have to go through this along with 30 other items of business.
Mhm.
Our committee on the community board is usually the only one that goes to 11 o'clock. The full board likes to get out of there by 9 the latest. Just to let
Every other
everybody know.
committee, every
That's
other
too
committee.
much.
And every other committee. But I want to thank everybody for being persevering, listening, respectfully discussing, conversing,
And for showing up to say.
showing up and staying.
Yeah.
Means
All
a lot.
right.
And
Okay,
I think we still have 85 people present.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of other people there.
Okay.
Thank you all. for
Thank you.
Right,
Good
and
night.
Wendy, I hope you heard what a lot of the community was saying, that, they respect you as an entrepreneur and what you're trying to do, but just not in this location. And it's something we hear every once in a while.
They want you to succeed.
There's a couple places on 9th Avenue that would be good for it too.
Are we
Only in
tabling the
Chelsea,
committee
though.
discussion?
You know, I appreciate that, but we've been looking for over a year. And my business is closed and it's very difficult to find a space where this can happen. So it's not as easy as just finding an empty space somewhere. Literally, I've been looking this whole time, even while this has been happening. We've been looking for over a year. So unfortunately, it's, we've been closed since COVID. We need somewhere that has a street level. It's really difficult to find this in this area. It's very, very difficult. Believe me, if there was a different one, I wouldn't have done this. But there's not, unfortunately. This is my business. This is my life. And it makes me sad that I don't know why this block is so special, but I don't get it.
Okay.
I don't get it. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you
all.
guys for your time. I very much appreciate all the time and the energy.
Okay, and thank you. We know you did a lot of outreach and a lot of advocacy, so thank you for all the time you spent on this.
Yes.
Good
All
night,
right.
everyone.
Good night,
Hey,
everybody.
what about the committee discussion? Are we tabling the fiscal year thing?
We
I don't even know what,
we discussed it last month. We
All
talked
right, it
about
was on the agenda, so.
yeah,
No, I know, but we talked about it last month. I submitted our requests for, keep an
done.
eye on potential cannabis lounges, gearing up for that. And the other one was more enforcement of
Thank
the
you, Bert.
DOT streets.
And the next meeting is November 3rd, correct?
November 3rd.
That's full board. That's full board.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Next DLP is November 9th.
Okay, that's what confused me earlier. I thought hours got moved. Okay.
Okay, guys.
Wait, am I closing before 11? Wow.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Feels
Thank
like
you.
Waltons.